Good afternoon, Council. This is our special council meeting of Friday, March 28th, 2025. I will call the meeting to order at 1 p.m. and acknowledge that all councillors are present except for Councillor Cox, who does send his regrets, and Councillor Borzos. Before we begin, I'll read the Township Land Acknowledgement. The Township of Adjala-Tosorontio is situated on the lands within Treaty 18, being the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. This land is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge Indigenous peoples as stewards of the land, and we honor their resilience as well as their culture and of our shared respect for the lands, plants, animals, and waterways, which sustains us all. We recognize the injustices against Indigenous peoples and are mindful that the decisions of government impact our shared land and all the inhabitants. We commit to reconciliation as a journey, foster Indigenous cultural awareness and educational opportunities, establish respectful and healthy relations with Indigenous peoples, continue to steward the land and its inhabitants, and to cultivate an inclusive community for all. Item 2 on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda, please? I have Councillor O'Leary and seconded by Councillor Simpson. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I was wondering if...
Can you use your mic, please?
I'd like to suspend the rules of procedure to accept the presentation item 4 on the agenda, to allow all council to be able to put a recommendation or comment or recommend a motion on the floor after the presentation. There's actually nothing there right at the moment, so I'm putting this amendment forward. If that's all right with your worship.
So just to clarify, you're asking us to accept the presentation materials?
Yes.
Okay, we can do that without suspension of rules. Any further comments on the agenda? Councillor Meadows?
No, nothing at all.
Okay, thank you. All right, so seeing no other questions, all those in favor of the agenda? And that is carried. All right, and just before we begin the next section of the agenda, I just wanted to provide some opening remarks for today's meeting. So during today's meeting, we have 2 presentations to update council and the community on the history and status of development applications within the Everett settlement area. This will include an overview of the draft plans, water and wastewater servicing, and information for council to consider for the Everett community. I've had many conversations with staff and some prompting to have this information presented to council in a workshop, and I appreciate staff for pulling this information together to provide council a fulsome update. With us today is township staff, a number of township staff with us, our engineering team from Greenland International. We have Josh Maitland and Mr. Jim Hartman, and we also have members of our legal team who will be joining us momentarily. They will probably be around 1:30-ish. I also appreciate everyone coming in today to present this information and to answer any questions council may have. The meeting format today will be as follows. Township planning staff will make a presentation, followed by a presentation from Greenland. Members of council may ask questions throughout the presentations, and please direct questions through myself as the chair. If a question cannot be answered here today, staff will note the question and will follow up with an answer at a later time. Before we begin the presentations, I would like to highlight several of the development applications have been ongoing, in some cases for over 20 years, and reviewed and approved by multiple terms of council. The planning processes have allowed for commenting from agencies and the public throughout the individual applications. Today's presentations and discussions are important for council and our community to learn about the steps which have been taken, and hopefully this meeting helps to bring everyone up to date on these matters. So with that, I will look at item 3, which is disclosure of pecuniary interests. Are there any items to declare at this time from any member of council? Seeing none, if you do find yourself in that situation at a later time, please declare that. So we're on to item 4, which is the Everett Development Progress Workshop. So as I mentioned, we have 2 presentations, one from staff and one from our consulting team of Greenland. So I will turn it over to Kartik Sali, our junior planner, regarding the Everett planning history. So Mr. Sali, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Lordship. This presentation is regarding Everett planning history. I will be presenting an overview of Everett's planning history, including past official plan amendments, subdivision applications, growth projections, and ongoing developments. Slide 2, please. In this slide, we can see Everett settlement boundary that was established in the township's official plan as consolidated in November 2000 under Schedule B5 Everett land use. This boundary defines areas designated for urban growth while protecting rural and agricultural lands under our official plan. Any expansion beyond this boundary requires or had gone through planning processes, which could comprise of official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, subdivision application, with supporting studies and municipal review, public meetings, council review, and compliance with the provincial policies. Next slide, please. In 2013, staff came up with and council came up with OPA 15 that was originally adopted to expand the settlement boundary and direct growth for the Everett region. Under the OPA 15 official plan amendment 15, we did the population projections, and the population projections was based on person per unit assumption of 2.67 as per 2011 census average household size. And we came up with the total number of 10,669 residents. And this total number was used in preparing master servicing plan for Everett that was prepared in 2013 for calculating the infrastructure for this expansion of population base in Everett. And this MSP has its own break-even points on the base of population and flow base that will be discussed by the presentation by engineering ahead. And the MSP doesn't have the break-even point based on the PPUs. Only the planning projections, the planning population projection used the PPU and came up to the concluding number of 10,669 that was further used by engineering for their reports. In May 2020, Council endorsed and modified OPA 15 because our OPA 15's growth policies and growth numbers were not aligning with the Great Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan 2006 and county's growth forecast number. So excluding those policies, OPA 15 was modified and endorsed by Townships Council in 2020 and finally adopted by county in 2021. Next slide, please. In this slide 4th, this table is taken from Simcoe County's official plan amendment number 7, Municipal Comprehensive Review Phase 1 Growth Management, prepared by Hampson Consultants. They prepared the growth forecast and land needs assessment report, which was submitted to county on March 2022. This report assessed the population growth and land needs across the county, allocating population and land area for growth within the Southern Regional Market Area, which has 5 townships, including our township of Adjala-Tosorontio. The PPU assumption for single detached homes taken in this report varied among municipalities. The highest was for Bradford West Quillingbury, 3.55 for the single detached units, and lowest for New Tecumseh, 3.06. And for the townhomes, highest again for Bradford, 2.77, and lowest for New Tecumseh, 2.54 for row housing. Adjala-Tosorontio was not included in this list, and because we were only allocated with 710 population growth by 2051 as per this report. And but even if we go through these numbers of the top 4 townships of Hampson report, and if we assess those numbers, if we do calculations for Everett contextually, where townhomes make up approximately 30% of the housing stock that is in proposed units of Barzo, Farsight, and Cumac, an adjusted PPU estimate based on neighboring municipality strengths would bring the Adjala's average from 2.67 to around 3.12. Although this report predates Bill 23, which was introducing ARUs in fully serviced municipal settlements, but it does discuss ARU policies and incorporate relevant factors into its analysis. This report supports and promotes townships to incorporate ARUs in their settlement area for intensification purposes, for increasing the density. They support that township should include it in their official plans, that ARUs should be promoted. So ARU is very much accommodated factor for the population as a population projections, PPU projections, and land allocations as per this report. And while the report does not explicitly outline the methodology behind the PPU assumption, but the general PPU assumption includes historical growth trends, demographic shifts, household composition, regional market conditions, housing mix, density patterns, household size variations, migration, population inflows, provincial municipal growth policies, labor market accessibility, commuter patterns. So in accommodating all those factors, these numbers were calculated. So our calculation, that assumption of our calculation for Everett, bringing from 2.67 to 3.22 is based on all these factors. Thank you. Next slide, please. This is the regarding far side development that was historically known as R&M development. There were two subdivisions under R&M development, one smaller one that was approved for 78 lots plus 16 future lots, and the bigger one that was approved for 550 lots. The first one, smaller one, was approved by OMB in 2005. It went through the whole planning process with the statutory planning meeting, council reviews, and preparing all the supporting studies and reports and revisions. And after that, it was due to some disagreements taken to OMB, and further the decision was made by OMB approving the smaller subdivision in 2005 with draft subdivision plan with OPA and ZBA. And in 2008, the similar thing happened after the whole planning process with public meetings, council review, and comments from the stakeholders. All the reports were assessed. And again, due to some disagreements, it was taken to OLT, and it was also approved in 2008. Regarding both the subdivisions, there were certain disagreements which were appealed in OLT regarding conditions. And in 2016, the owner of Farside, R&M, presented the status of both the subdivisions in front of council. And in 2017, finally, both the subdivisions with the revised numbers of 78 lots plus 16 future lots for the smaller one and 550 for the bigger one with the commercial block was approved in 2017. And in 2018, the minor red line revisions were also approved with adjusted lot and street layouts. And that was also approved by LPAT under the case numbers and in 2018. And regarding the far side R&M, we are at the stage that we have the approved draft plan. We have gone through all the public meetings. We have gone through all the planning processes, council reviews, staff reviews, and now we are at the stage that the subdivision agreement has to be finalized and the conditions set up by LPAT has to be negotiated and has to be fulfilled to execute the agreement further. Next slide, please. This is the draft subdivision plan approved by LPAT. So this is the segregation of different frontages of different lot and how many lots under different frontages. The highest frontage being 60 feet has 51 lots and lowest being 33 feet having number of lots of 50. So if you notice that more than 50% of lots has frontage less than 36 feet. So most of the lots are smaller. And most of the bigger lot with the 60 feet frontage is the smaller subdivision, that is the south part, and the north part, that major part of R&M development, that is 550 feet, that has smaller frontages and smaller lots. Next slide, please. This is regarding Balso development, that is on the north of the R&M far side development. So this was the applicant first applied in 2007, 2008, and it was just an OPA application. It was not ZBA or subdivision application. And this official plan amendment was approved by Township Council, a motion amending OPA wording and adopted by bylaw 0821. And it was approved by OPA 8, official plan amendment number 8. And then in 2021, applicant again applied for zoning bylaw amendment and subdivision application, this OPA number 8. And for the first OPA, the separate public meeting held in 2007. And for the second application for ZBA and plan of subdivision, 2 public meeting held. There is a required or statutory 1 public meeting, but they went through 2 public meetings for that one. And that was in August 2021 and in September 2021 regular council meeting. And again, to some disagreements, it was taken to OLT and it was Farsight appealed in OLT in December 2021. And in May 2022, there was in the previous OPA approved, there was a clause of limiting population to 1952. Regarding that clarification of that clause, Bardo again applied for another official plan amendment in 2022, and a new public meeting held for that OPA again. So in that public meeting again, the previous OPA, the ZBA, and the plan of subdivision was again discussed as a whole. So that was the 4th public meeting for the same project. And again, it went through the whole planning process and it was taken to the OLT for some disagreements and finally got approval in 2024. And it got approved for 1,321 units. And again, we have the draft approved subdivision plan, OPA and ZBA at place. And we are at the stage of addressing the conditions for subdivision agreements registration. Next slide, please. This is the approved subdivision plan for the Bardo developments. So the total number of units are 1,321. The single detached are 715 and 606 are townhomes. That is comprising more than 40% of the total lots. And most of the lots out of 715 has frontage less than 11 meters. Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is the 3rd subdivision that is still in planning process. This is QMEC development. And they initially applied in 2017 with the application of official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and subdivision application. And then there were a lot of revisions required, recommended by staff. So they finally did all the revisions. They took few years for the revision and finally came up with the complete package. And the public meeting was held in 2021, November. And after the public meeting, there were a few comments regarding the nitrate attenuation. There were a few other concerns about regarding the provincial policies. The growth plan was at place at that time, which is now not there anymore. So there were comments regarding that as well. So finally in 2025, they resubmitted and they completed the resubmission package just last month. And we recirculated that package again. And it is still under review by engineering, by other departments, county and us. And after that review, there will be, again, some revisions might be recommended. And once those revisions will be incorporated, it will be brought forward again in front of council for the approval or denial, depending upon the findings. Thank you. Next slide, please.
I'll just interject at a moment there. I just wanted to see if we can get a bit more of an update on that. So I understand, so they resubmitted last month.
Yes.
What's the timeline for review from outside agencies on our staff for that?
Well, we are expected to receive all the comments by April 10th. And after receiving all those comments, we will circulate those comments back to the owner, the applicant. And then it depends upon owner how quickly they incorporate those comments. And there will be like, might be negotiation about, or they might provide justification regarding those comments. So after 10th April, it depends upon the applicant, how long they will take.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So just a concern that I've had over this application for some time is that environmental zone that's currently on the property. And I'm looking at staff, I'm assuming that's going to be addressed at some point throughout their submission. So I'm just looking to make sure that there's a reasonable case as to if that attenuation zone is not required within that zone, because I think that's what hinges this application would that be that zone, I think.
Through your lordship, yes, they provided a specific justification for that, and we are getting those justification peer reviewed, and we will receive those comments soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. This is the kind of a graphic representation of what for different scenarios for taking different PPUs and how the current proposed infrastructure would be incorporating these different PPU scenarios. So right now, the current population of Everett is 1,570 residents as per 2021 census, so which declined from 1,600 something residents from 2011 census. And if we include the current approved units from Barzo, Farside, and proposed units from QMEC development, the total number of new units will be 2,009 units. And if we use the previous PPU that we used for 2011 census, that is 2.67, the new projected population will be 5,364. And if we use the PPU that I just calculated in the previous slide for the contextual purposes on the trends based on our neighboring townships, that is 3.12, the new population will be 6,268. So again, the capacity was calculated in MSP was based on 10,669 residents. And again, with the PPU for 2.67, we will have remaining capacity for more 3,735 residents. And with 2.67 PPU, it is more than 1,300 plus residential units. And if we do it by 3.12 PPUs, it is equivalent to more 900 plus residential units and 2,831 residents. And even if we do the reverse calculations for the total residential residents, that is 10,669, and take a PPU of 4 or 4.5, we still satisfy the capacity for all the proposed total units of 2009, including Barzos, Farside, and proposed QMEC developments. Thank you. Next slide, please. This is where our current average settlement boundaries is now, and it is showing the whole boundary that was approved initially by our official plan, R&M incorporated by OLT decision, Barzos incorporated by OLT decision, and these are the whole lands that are that have the status of settlement boundary in our township right now. Thank you. That's all from the planning history point of view. And now Greenland can discuss the development part. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions through to staff on the initial presentation then? Okay, so I do have a couple, and I just want to clarify. So the 3.12 number used in this is a contextual number to show that there's enough capacity regardless if we use 2.67 or 3.1 or 4. That's showing, that's what I'm gathering here, is that there's enough information to show the existing proposed development in Everett and the existing MSP would have substantial capacity remaining for those 3 developments. Well, I'll say 4 developments because there are 4 files, 4 developments.
Through your lordship, that number 3.12 is calculated from the current number that is from 2022's report from Hansen. So that are the most current numbers we have. And for those numbers, the Hansen consultancy followed the full research methodology, followed all the criteria, including all the criteria like ARUs, distance from highways, labor market base, employment areas distance, and complete community as one of the factors. So all those factors, they came up with population projection, PPU projection, and land allocation projections. So that are the most relevant, and those are from our neighboring townships. So that is the most close to what our township could be. And that they are more recent than 2021 census and 2011 census also. So this is for the contextual purposes that even with by 3.2 PPU, we still meet all the capacity requirements. Thank you.
That follows up to my second question. I was going to ask it through your presentation, but I'll ask it now. Is there a way the municipality can update that number to 3.12 for future developments, or is that something that would have to be justified through each planning application that would come through to the township?
Through your worship, the MSP, as you know, is over 10 years old, and there is a provision within the requirements of the Class EA process to perform some sort of update review process at 10 years. And through that formal review and update process, you could likely change the numbers that you would be looking at there to be more consistent with the current environment, essentially. So there is a mechanism there that we could look at that for sure.
Okay, and again, that's through your presentation. But if there's a mechanism that we could do through that process, that's great. That's understandable. Again, I guess I'm going back to my main point though. Regardless of the number we use, whatever we have proposed on the table right now for developments, or that are in the queue for development, there is no, and I'm looking for maybe all of you to answer this one. There is no issues with capacity with water or wastewater with the 3 developments that we have currently on the books.
Through your worship, our review has indicated that there should not be any concerns with the currently approved development out to and including the final phase of Barzo, which would likely be the furthest out development to proceed based on sort of where everyone's at in the process currently.
Okay, thank you. So I've got some questions here now. So I've got Councillor O'Leary.
To the chair, my question, I guess, would be to Greenland, is we are designing these subdivisions to 3.13 or 12 persons per unit. And this has no relevance whatsoever on how many bedrooms are in these houses. Hypothetically, say there are 4-bedroom units and we design it to 3.12, just being a layperson, I would think we're underestimating the amount of water and sewage we require because we've added a whole new person to this equation. Am I right or am I wrong?
Okay, so we might be jumping ahead a wee bit, but I'll let you answer this one as to what that would look like.
Yes, through the chair, the actual PPU number comes from planning. So that's, as Kartik had gone through in his presentation, there's a number of factors that go into that, which he presented quite well. I'm not super familiar with that process myself, but we take the planning numbers and then we apply a flow per capita per person, and then that number is, of course, you'll have an average number of people in any given house. Some might have 4 or 5, some might have 1 or 2. But so that PPU number from planning is used to create that general guidance. And then our per capita flow rate is the number that's used for the average daily flow at, say, the treatment plant, wastewater or water, whichever. So our presentation will go through those numbers, what we used in the MSP. I don't know if that answers your question, but I imagine we may be able to answer it through the presentation. Just let me know if that's okay, or if you want to.
If not, we can park that one and have that answered through your presentation.
Sure.
Okay. Councillor O'Leary, any other questions right now?
No, President.
Okay. Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair. So I understand the PPU based on the Hemson study identified a higher PPU than what had been identified in our 2013 reports. So staff are recommending perhaps a 3.12. Would council be able to identify a higher PPU based on what neighboring municipalities have? Perhaps 3.55 as noted by Bradford West Columbia. And
Yeah, Kartik.
Through chair to Councillor Simpson, the number, that calculation we did that gave us the number 3.12, that was contextual calculations for Everett based on the trends from our neighboring township and Hanson report. Hanson report is not directly talking about our township. And if we want a number that should directly apply for our township, it should be on the onus of the applicant who is applying for a new planning application. So if they are applying for new planning application, they have to go through further studies like market study. They have to go through infrastructure capacity study. And in that projections, they can come up with a new number, and we have to get those reports reviewed and finally see if that number is conforming with provincial policies or county's policies. So that will be part of the planning process, and they have to go through that whole planning process, and we will review the number in detail during that process.
Understood. So if I understand that correctly, because the application process came through a long time ago, and that application process identified a 2.67 number PPU, that because that process started earlier, and notwithstanding the fact that we have an updated number, which is 3.12, which perhaps should be higher, that because the planning went forward previously, that now we are stuck with the 2.67 for the existing planning applications. So for QMAC, I don't know, QMAC may be different, but certainly for R&M and Barzo, that we're still at 2.67. Is that correct?
Through your lordship, and that was the whole purpose of that calculation. Even with that 3.22, that number that we calculated, we are still very much in the range of capacity that we can provide for. Okay. So that's the thing, that even we consider that 2.67 is not satisfying the number of units. 3.22, that is the new number, that is also satisfying the units. And even in the last slide, how I calculated that even if we do the reverse calculation and the PPU can go up to 4 or 4.5, the current proposed capacity satisfies that PPU as well.
I understand what you're saying, that even if contextually we have a 3.12, that it has a higher number of people, and this is contextual, it's not with regard to this application, because the application is still proceeding at 2.67, right? Now, despite that, yes, you're right, contextually, it doesn't impact on capacity on existing Everett, but that does place pressures on future growth, perhaps in Everett West. Would that be correct?
Through your lordship to Councillor Simpson, for that's again for the future growth, they have to submit new studies, they have to do new calculations, and the new studies, the new calculations might change depending upon the findings we have. That might change our review. But again, there is no new study, there is no new proposal. So what would be the new proposal? Depending upon if it would be more townhouses, the number can go down, PPU can go down. If there will be no number of more apartments, PPU can go further down. It depends what would be the ratio of apartments, townhomes, and single detached of the new proposal. And depending upon the findings of their study, on the basis of those things, we can make the conclusionary remark, whether it would be or not a burden. But again, we don't have those numbers. We don't have any planning application in review regarding that, so we can't comment on that specifically. Thank you.
Sorry, if I might, if you would indulge me. With regard to the December council meeting where we had Everett West come forward, they came forward with a plan that perhaps may become a reality, and that has not proceeded to an application stage at this time. But if that application does go forward, would, and I believe it was Councillor Meadows that asked the question on how many people are we expecting in that new subdivision or planning when it does come forward. And the application, the applicant noted that it may be in excess of 10,000 people. Would our existing infrastructure and the infrastructure that we're building now be able to accommodate that kind of growth?
Okay, so I think, again, we're kind of jumping ahead on these questions through to engineering. So can we park that one? Do you have any planning questions before we move on to the next part of the presentation?
So my intent is to kind of understand how much growth are we expecting, in addition, and I respect what we have in front of us, but I think it's also important for council to understand that we've got additional growth potentially coming forward in that area, and we need to make sure that any planning applications that we proceed with also takes into account perhaps what may come later on. And if there are any opportunities for us now to identify efficiencies, we should be doing that at this stage, not down the road when that other application comes forward. I mean, certainly that application needs to come forward, and I respect that, but I think we should also be cognizant of that at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the question was, would the built infrastructure accommodate future growth is the question. So we can get into that at the presentation stage. All right, so Councillor Meadows, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Kartik, I have a couple questions, and one of them is with regards to the PPU as well. The PPU of 2.67, I worked with Josh Maitland in that during the Colgan fiasco with regards to the 2.67 measurement. That never worked out for over there either. So I'm just kind of curious. Here we have a new development going forward that's been delayed and delayed and delayed by the developers. The provincial policy statement has changed during that particular period of time, where each one of those residents now can be turned into a duplex. So we're going to have twice as many people in that particular house. So therefore, to me, is funny that the developer can use the statements that, well, it was an old hearing, and we want to change to the newer version of what the new PPS is, but yet we can't change to accommodate what is necessary to bring this forward. It doesn't make any sense to me. So the developer can use it in an OMB hearing in his favor, but we can't use it to benefit us. We're the ones who are going to end up bearing the costs if the wastewater treatment plant's too small or the water treatment center is too small. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Through your lordship to Councillor Meadows, you're right, the PPS 2024, the Bill 23 got royal assent that you can put 2 ARUs on fully serviced settlement lots. And these OLT decisions are prior to these planning changes, and these OLT decisions grandfather these planning changes, so they hold the status of number of units approved by OLT. And the other thing, the other concern that you have, like all these units can have duplexes, and that's what I discussed in my slides also. ARU is one of the factors. How come ARU could be on every lot depends upon a lot of other factors, like is there any availability of public transportation? What is the demography of the area? What is the age distribution in that area? What are the previous historical trends? What are we seeing in our neighboring townships? How many applications previously for ADUs we received? And we just received 2 applications for ADUs till in last year in 2024. And this ADU policy came in 2022. And even from the neighboring townships, if we look into their data, like the only report that I have seen, that the only township that has done a capacity report, infrastructure capacity report, because of ARU factor, how it affected the infrastructure, is Brampton did that. And their findings are, again, talking about that ARU is one of the factors. We can't neglect other 9 factors that could affect PPU and infrastructure. And the impact of ARU is not contextually as much as we are anticipating. And for including those as like a holistic approach, that's why these new numbers of PPU are, a maximum is 3.55 for Bradford. And again, for other townships and other municipalities, which are much bigger with much more servicing other than just municipal water and sewage, like public transports, and self-sufficiency, level of self-sufficiency like those townships have, even their PPUs are not as high as we are expecting that ARU factor could reflect into. Thank you.
Supplemental. With regards to that, though, I guess what I'm getting at is the original OLT decision on this particular development was for 1,500 persons. The Farsight development was allowed to take it, reevaluate it, and now has come back with a development that's triple the capacity of what it was supposed to originally be. So therefore, I think the township has a right to be able to fight this, or if we have to go back to the OLT and fight this, because now we're going to be under capacity for anything that we build. So I'm just concerned that we're caught in between a rock and a hard place here, because obviously somebody's made a mistake somewhere. Like, it was supposed to be a low density development. Every document that I've seen states that this is a low density, when it's not. It's a high density development now. So they've changed the designation from a low density to a high density through going to the OMB. So, I just find that the townships are the municipality is going to be the one that's on the hook, and so is all the taxpayers, and it's not right. I don't know what else to say.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Laux.
Thank you, through your worship. Just a quick question on the Kumak, the smallest one. I just want an understanding on how this can even possibly go forward from where I've seen in your plan and other plans before, where it's a conservation area. Like, if you could somehow, somebody explain how that's even possible.
Through the chair, yes. So this, the QMAC development, the area in question is a nitrate attenuation zone, which is associated, I believe, with septic attenuation from the other neighboring properties from the previous phase of their development. And there's, again, still some ongoing discussions to determine the need for that long term. Particularly if new development is going to be going on to the treatment plant rather than septics, and it also depends on groundwater usage within that area, and nobody's planned to be on wells in that area, for example. So again, there's some hydrogeological peer review and things going on with regards to this right now to arrive at whether or not that can proceed on that basis. I believe there would also be some planning changes required to remove that designation, but I'm not able to speak to the specifics of that, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. That kind of answers the question. I just find it odd that it's even possible to even think about going there when the factor is all the housing that's around it is on septic, and as he explained, that's what that land is used for. And now all of a sudden we're just going to throw houses in there. It just seems odd. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Borzos.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, and my apologies for my tardiness and being a few minutes late here. So, through the chair to Kartik, I'm just struggling here to understand the numbers. This 2.67, as far as I can tell, derived from the time when there was only the R&M subdivision. It wasn't even owned by Farsight at the time. So for 475 homes, which goes back to nearly 20 years. Since then, there's a number of acquisitions happened for land and this and that and OLTs and blah, blah, blah. So I think the 2.67 is completely out of range. It doesn't work. It doesn't reflect reality as of current. And it certainly does not help us figuring out how our servicing is going to work in this area. As my previous colleagues mentioned, I feel, and I'm strongly of the opinion, that we're going to be significantly under-serviced by going with that particular number, especially given who's moving in and how many people are coming up from the city and what the population is going to be look like in Everett. 1, 2. The 267 also continued to be a factor when, as Councillor Meadows alluded to it, there was 1,952 people assigned to the Barzo land originally, which, by the way, was actually awarded by the OLT or OMB or ALPAT or whatever the legal entity was at the time. and it is part of OPA 10, if I'm not mistaken. And for some reason, that was not allowed to be grandfathered in, yet you are telling me now that the 2.67 is a grandfathered in number based on what? If we are throwing out one set of numbers, how do we stick with another set of numbers? So I think because of the convolution and everything that's going on around this, I think we owe to ourselves to take a close look and just do another firm study with a master servicing plan, a new one for Everett. And I know we are going to get to that point eventually, but I think the amount of time that passed by since that master servicing plan was developed back in 2013, plus the number of changes and the amount of extra people that coming in, I think nothing is valid anymore. So I think what we need to do is we need to figure out exactly how we're going to do this and what size of a wastewater treatment facility do we need. Do we even have enough water in the aquifer? We can drill 6 more wells, but if it's all sucking up from the same aquifer, how's that going to provide more water for the people? If it's not there, it's not there. I don't know. I'm just mentioning it roughly. So I guess it's not much of a question, more of a comment, but if you care to comment on my side of the numbers and how do we go from 267 to 312 at least? Thank you.
Okay, so I've got a few hands here. Eh? Let me go to Josh first. So if we can answer that question with regards to, again, the 2.67. Or Jim.
Go ahead, Jim.
Make a suggestion, Your Worship. I think a lot of this would be covered through our presentation. I'm not sure if we can continue to answer questions, but I don't think we're going to satisfy you without showing you the numbers so everyone could see it. So the 2.67, I think, is pretty well explained, and what capacity you have at the plant as designed now would exceed that 2.67. So I think there's a bit of confusion around that 2.67 number and what it actually means, and I think Josh's presentation would explain it in detail. And if not, then we could answer questions at the end.
Well, if you don't mind, you can answer it now.
Sure. Sorry.
So we'll go through the presentation. We'll go through the presentation.
Certainly I
Because
can, if you want to have that discussion, we can.
let's go through the presentation and answer that during the presentation. What's the you had your first question, which was what?
I'm just trying to understand the concept. How do we do with this 2.67? How's that correlate or aligned with our servicing agreement? Why is it that we are keeping our numbers so low when everybody around us is going up higher and higher because of the influx that's coming in from the south? So why can't we have another look at this?
If I can, then just so that the plant is actually designed on a flow, based on a flow. Okay, so the 2.67 is a number that's used to generate that amount of flow. But your plant has capacity for about 10,000 people, approximately, is that right?
Ultimately, yeah.
And you have a proposal in town that's approved for 5,000 people. So if you look at that number, you have half the capacity is being used by the proposal at 2.67. Therefore, we could go up to 4 persons per unit if you like, and still have capacity at the proposed plant.
Through the chair, I understand.
So that's why you probably should see the presentation.
I understand that part of it. Also my other concern and question with regards to that is, at some point, as Mr. Maitland alluded to it,
Yeah.
At some point we have the capacity up to 10,000. At some point, just doesn't work for me. We are planning for, like we're going to do 5,000.
The plant will be expanded by phase. So he'll show you that as well in the presentation.
Okay, so let's go through that then. Any other topics on to the planning? And Mr. CAO, did you want to provide a comment? And I should have welcomed you before at the meeting, but I was going to actually do that at the end. But for those in the room, this is our new CAO, Chris Calamutu.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate that. I think I'll hold my comments until after the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meadows, questions on the planning presentation?
Yeah, I have another one for Kartik. He made a comment with regards to our next thing is to do the subdivision agreement. I'm just kind of curious. Do we have an outflow location yet?
Through your lordship to Councillor Meadows, again, Josh will cover that in his presentation about the outflow location and various locations that they kind of
Well, maybe Greenland can ask me.
Okay, so let's jump into the presentation then, and if there's further questions with regards to either of the presentations, we're good. So a lot of them are technical. So Josh, I'll send it over to you for the presentation, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The purpose of our presentation here today is to build on what Kartik has provided and provide some insights on the technical engineering side of development in Everett, and where we're at today, where we've been, and where we're going. Next slide, please. So just to give an overview here, I'm going to quickly go through the history. Some of that has already been addressed. Just what studies have been completed and give a summary of what our water and wastewater capacity is looking like currently in Everett within the context of what was found in the MSP. And then I'm going to give a quick background on the actual Class EA process as well, just to provide some insight on how that all works and where we are in those processes and what the opportunities are, again, for updating and so forth. From there, I'm going to go into just, again, a summary of the master plan and the Schedule C wastewater treatment plant Class EA, which fell out of that and was sort of the next phase. And then I'll go into the current status of both these EAs and the current development sort of within the context of what were the populations and the numbers when we did the original studies and what are they now. So a lot of that stuff at the end will hopefully answer some of the questions. So if we can jump to the next slide. And I guess the one beyond that too. Thank you. The township retained Greenland to complete the master servicing plan in 2013. And this was done in support of OPA 15, which included servicing solutions for the existing community at that time as well, and the approved settlement boundary lands, including the R&M Farsight lands at that time, and the Barzo lands, which are now also owned by Farsight. And Farsight themselves were not actually in the picture at that time. It was a different owner, I believe, for both properties. In addition to those areas that were sort of still in process at that time, our master plan included the proposed expansion areas from OPA 15. And there were some minor addendums added to that master plan in 2016 and 2018, which mainly focused on some sanitary collection options. I believe Farsight adjusted their design to remove a pumping station and a few other items. So just those were the reasons for those addenda, and we'll touch on those here in a bit too. So then following that master plan, one of the recommendations was that a Schedule C wastewater treatment plant Class EA was required. And as part of that work, an assimilative capacity study was needed to be done for the Pine River. This was also completed by Greenland in 2014. And that confirmed the wastewater treatment technology to be used in the plant and the discharge location, again, for this OPA 15 population, which had been determined to be a little over 10,000 people. So the population and the unit counts for Farsight and Barzo have changed since this time. And again, I have a slide where we break down those differences near the end. And as a result of the planning amendments during that time and the various OLT decisions that Kartik has highlighted. So the Everett Secondary Plan expansion areas located outside of the existing settlement area, so that would include the Everett West lands. They are not yet approved and have not yet received any allocation of population from the county or the province to our knowledge. However, they were initially included in that EA. I believe it was a 12 units per hectare basis, something to that extent. And that's where that 10,000 population number ultimately derived from. And if we could please go to the next slide. Just quickly here, this is, again, the OPA 15 area. And again, this was the area that was initially considered for that master plan. And to the next slide, please. So this is just a list of the various studies that were done in support of the master plan. So there was the initial master plan itself, which was again to look at the requirements to service growth out to that OPA 15 population. It included water, wastewater, stormwater, and transportation provisions. And the solutions were developed and evaluated and selected for each of those categories in accordance with the EA process, which again, I'll get into sort of the gist of how that works here shortly. And as I'd already sort of mentioned, from that process, we then moved into a Schedule C process for the treatment plant. And again, a number of background studies were done to support this, including hydrogeological reports, mostly centered around the aquifers and water supply. There was archaeological studies, natural environment studies, the assimilative capacity, specifically on the Pine River, and existing conditions, water and wastewater servicing studies to get an idea of sort of what do you have now and where does it need to go. There were natural hazard studies, drainage studies, and also traffic and transportation studies completed in support of that EA. And if we could jump to the next slide, please. So just to give a summary of the total sort of the most important numbers that fell out of this EA. So on the water side, based on the current water use in Everett, again, as of 10 years ago, we had a population, I believe, of 1,929 at that time used in the EA. And based on the testing that was done in the aquifer at that time, there appears to be a capacity to service an equivalent upset population of approximately 10 to 12,000 persons. And that a new well and pump will be required based on the capacity of the existing Everett water system once the total population of Everett exceeds approximately 5,300 people. And I do have an infographic at near the end of the presentation where we go into detail on where each of those breakpoints are for servicing, both on the water and wastewater side. So I'll run you through that as well. On the water storage side for your fire protection, that's the storage that is currently in Everett is sufficient up to a population of approximately 3,400 people. So again, there will be a development breakpoint at which no further development would be allowed until those upgrades are made. And there's also some water main upgrades that are needed to maintain proper pressures again for fire flows. And that's also I believe that's contingent on the upgrade to the storage happening at the same time. And there's some looping of water mains through the developments and things like that that also would need to happen to facilitate that. Now on the wastewater side, the only area in Everett, as I'm sure everyone knows here, is the New Horizons subdivision, which is currently serviced on the wastewater side. Everyone else is on septics. And again, as is well known here, that wastewater treatment plant has a number of challenges and is failing, and there is a desire to find a new solution there. On the assimilative capacity side, for the Pine River, it was found to be sufficient to support a population of about up to 10,000 persons based on a treated discharge of 0.1 milligram per liter phosphorus, which is achievable through the MBR wastewater treatment system that's currently proposed as a minimum. That MBR should be able to get things down to 0.05 milligrams per liter, so even half of that. So currently the Pine River is it was, as I'll get into a little bit later, it was determined as the ideal location. We did look at the Boyne River as well, but the water quality there was significantly degraded, and it was also further distance away, lower base flow, I believe, too. So for a number of reasons, that option did not end up proceeding as our preferred solution. There just wasn't enough capacity in that water system. And then the proposed far site development does currently have an ECA approved MBR wastewater treatment plant, a design which they proceeded with only after we finished the Schedule CEA. And what their system is currently approved for under that ECA would service a population of approximately 2,500 persons in the phase that's approved. So they do have some future phases that they're planning to, eventually go with, but currently the only amount that's approved by the ministry to proceed is that 850 cubic meter a day initial, phase one of the plant. And I'll show you shortly where the breakpoints are for servicing different developments too, in that regard. And that plant, again, to be clear, it includes a treatment maximum discharge of phosphorus of 0.1 milligram per liter with the MBR, but their target that they're going to need, that's in their ECA, that they're meant to be treating to is 0.05. So it's a target of 0.05, but there's some leeway there to a limit of 0.1, which again is 0.1 is what was determined to be safe for the Pine River, all the way out to a population of 10,000 persons. And if we could go to the next slide, maybe go two, thanks. So just to give a quick overview of the EA process, the EA process is the formal process in Ontario to assess potential environmental impacts of any proposed municipal infrastructure project. The sort of guiding principle of the EA process is to ensure that decisions made by government authorities, municipalities, and private sector organizations, that they properly assess long-term effects of any infrastructure projects on the environment, people, communities, including the technical and financial aspects of those projects. And there are different classes of environmental assessment. You've heard me talking about Schedule B and C projects here. So it starts with Schedule A. Those are pretty standard projects with minimal impacts, ranging from maintenance to sort of more typical projects like replacing a water main or a sewer in an existing serviced area. A Schedule B project is getting into the more complex projects like your master plans, where you're looking at, what are the servicing options for a large area, and how do you sort of weave that into the current environmental, background context. Municipal master plans are probably the prime example of the Schedule B project. Another example would be a wastewater treatment plant that has a subsurface groundwater discharge. A Schedule C project is the sort of the highest level where the project has high potential for environmental impacts. So a surface water discharge wastewater treatment plant would certainly fit into that category, which is why that project was undertaken as a Schedule C. So just to the next slide, please, there. So this slide just shows the breakdown of those different phases. So within those schedules, there's different phases that you have to complete. So under a Schedule B project, you have to do phase 1 and 2 of the EA process, which is developing your problem and opportunity statement and then going through alternative solutions to solve that problem. So in this case, our problem for the MSP was that Everett needed some servicing solutions for a population of OPA 15. So we proceeded through a large number of alternatives to determine what our best options were to complete that servicing. Everything from, what streets should trunk sewers be on to, again, when and where are the breakpoints for water servicing upgrades and when will those be required, and as well the wastewater side, what type of treatment plant is needed, where will the discharge be, et cetera. So because that master plan resulted in a project that would be considered Schedule C, which was a treatment plant with an ultimate discharge to the Pine River, a surface water source, then the Schedule C level of effort was required. And so that's why we went into that wastewater treatment plant Class EA following that. And so the difference in the Schedule C is that you actually have to go, instead of just looking at your alternatives and fairly high level technical information, in a Schedule C, you have to actually excuse me, get to a more granular level of detail with your concept designs for each of the different solutions. And then you assess those concept designs instead of just sort of the high level solutions. So you get into a little bit more detail just to make sure that before you proceed to detailed design and ECA applications and all of that stuff, that you've taken a closer look. So for example, completing an assimilative capacity study to support that population. And looking at MBR systems versus, say, an SBR or something that would be similarly capable of achieving those results. But I mean, we looked at prevailing winds, all kinds of different stuff in that study. So it was pretty pretty thorough. And that's just to give you guys an idea of the difference between the Schedule B and C processes. So if we could jump to the next slide. So EAs, things change over time, and EAs occasionally require updates and addendums. And in this, in this case, it's the same. We actually ended up doing a couple of addenda just to look at different, again, low slope technology for sanitary conveyance, for example, as well as some other options that eliminated some pumping stations after some discussions with some of the applicants and some of their changes to their preliminary designs. But generally, the reason behind updating an existing EA is when you're making significant changes to a previous project. For example, if you wanted to change the treatment technology in the plant to something else, or change an outlet location, or there's new information on assimilative capacity in an outlet, something like that. But an addendum to review the planning and design process in the current environmental setting, you need to at least do a review and update addendum every 10 years. So we are actually at a good place right now to be looking at that. Now that doesn't mean a new EA starting from scratch. That the regulatory requirement there is that you do a review and an update, and it does need to be a formal update. So essentially what we've done in preparation of this presentation is an informal update. We've gone back and looked at everything. We've kind of checked the numbers of the population now versus what it was then, the changes in the applications and so forth. But the next step would be to sort of do some sort of formalized update to that EA because of that time lapse that has now occurred. And that would apply to the Schedule C as well, because it's now past its 10-year timeline as well. So so when is a new EA required as compared to, say, one of these updates? That would be when you're completing a major planning update for a community. So for example, if you had a developer come in and say, we want to create a new official plan for 10,000 population in Everett West, they would need to come to the township and say, we want to do an OPA amendment. And then you would say, okay, you also need to do a master plan to support that. So when you have a significant population change, that would be a time to do a new EA for sure. When that's, and then prior to completing a Schedule B or C project, you would need to do a Schedule B or C EA, unless of course those have been covered off by a previous EA. So currently the plant in Everett and any of the infrastructure that's been suggested through the master plan and the Schedule C, those are already covered off. They've already met their obligations under the Environmental Assessment Act. Subject, of course, to that review and update process that you need to do every 10 years. So another example, sorry, would be that, say, a Schedule C project, Class EA would need to be done. So let's say Farsight proceeds with their 850 cubic meter per day plant for their phase 1, which would cover all of Farsight and New Horizons. And likely QMAC as well. And I think there's about 100 units worth of additional capacity beyond that. They would reach the end of that phase and say, okay, well, now we want to go ahead with Barzo. They're going to need to do an EA to support that. And before they start making those upgrades. So again, I've got a infographic on that at the end, but that's just to give an example of when these EA processes move ahead. So if we could please jump to the next slide. I guess the next two. Just this next segment will be just sort of a summary of our MSP, and then we'll do a summary of the Schedule C. I might move through this quickly just because we've already gone through a lot of it. But again, the objective of the Everett Secondary Plan Master Servicing Study was to identify and select preferred alternative servicing strategies for that secondary plan area, which minimizes impacts both to the natural and social environments and is both technically feasible and economically sensible. So that was effectively our mission statement in preparing that master plan. And again, as Kartik had mentioned, we had looked at an upset population for that area, that full secondary plan area of 10,669 equivalent persons. So just on to the next slide. As I'd mentioned before, we did look at transportation as part of this. That was informed by a number of an ultimate transportation study, but there were also some individual site ones for some of the different applications. So we sort of consolidated all of that and provided recommendations essentially based on those reports that you would need to proceed with a certain number of different transportation upgrades, upgrades at intersections, signalization, and the like. Those would, again, there's some breakpoints that occur on those. I didn't come prepared to speak to those specifically today, but I believe signalization is required for Barzo and some lane upgrades are required for Farsight. Generally, the other option was do nothing. So if you didn't make those transportation upgrades, you wouldn't be able to have any growth. So those need to happen. If we go to the next slide. We also looked at stormwater for this master plan as well. We determined approximately 6 locations for stormwater management ponds that would be required to facilitate development. And again, this part of it was a little bit more straightforward than the water and wastewater, since we do have a lot of areas that are undeveloped currently. So there's plenty of opportunity during the design review process to make sure that the swim ponds get designed properly and located in the ideal locations. So just on to the next slide. Okay, so on the water side, the preferred water supply, treatment, and storage options were to construct a new well and pumping station with chlorination and contact chamber, and an alternate well to go with that for backup supply. And again, I mentioned the population requirement for that. The trigger for that upgrade would be about 5,400 people, a little less. We'll have that again at the end. And again, to expand, the location for that was meant to be within the R&M Homes, now Farsight subdivision. They've got a block that's set aside for that future work currently. I believe it's block 315. That might be out of date because that block name was from 2012, so that might, they may, I'm not sure on the planning side if they've changed, it's still the same block location, but I'm not sure if their numbers changed through some of these planning updates. So we may have to check that number. Sorry, getting a dry throat here. And then the next upgrade, as I touched on before, was a need for additional fire storage. We had determined expansion of the existing in-ground facility to a threshold of 4,300 or so cubic meters was needed there, along with a new booster pump. And then there was also some trunk water main that needed to be upgraded and or looped to, again, provide adequate pressure so that new storage can do what it's meant to do for fire flows. And we've noted a couple of spots. There's one along County Road 5 going from a 300 to a 450 to facilitate that. So again, these are all requirements that development would need to pay for and proceed with in order for it to continue. So if we go to the next slide, this is just a high-level overview of our collection system solution. Excuse me. Again, this is from the original MSP, and it has been tweaked a little bit as part of the addendum. If we go to the next slide, please. This is how it was updated through addendum in 2018, including a pumping station at the QMAC subdivision for their flows. And Farsight eliminated their pumping station within the subdivision, so they've only got one now associated with the treatment plant instead. at that time. So that change was made. We also did look at some other servicing areas at that time because it was still within the purview of the EA to do so. But if we go to the next slide. And then this was the original, again, from the 2012 study, or rather the 2013 study, MSP. At that time, the initial phase of R&M Homes was proposing a subsurface discharge wastewater treatment plant. And the idea was that it would eventually be converted to a surface water outfall to the Pine River. And then that sort of is what triggered that Schedule C. And eventually in the Schedule C, which we'll get into on the next slide, excuse me, the decision was made through the Schedule C, if we can jump just to the next section, to change that to a surface water discharge plant just from the get-go. It wasn't really efficient given the number of units they were proposing to do a subsurface and then convert it later. So it was decided, I believe this was, it may have been when Farsight came into the picture and purchased the lands. I think they may have done that before we started the Schedule C. And in consultation with all the stakeholders, we as part of the Schedule C, decided to proceed with an option that went directly to a surface water discharge rather than sort of the small 300 unit one that would just have to be changed out fairly quickly. And then you're not, contaminating your groundwater or anything like that, or rather your subsurface. You wouldn't need an attenuation zone, et cetera, on those lands. So number of reasons there, but just high level overview of the Schedule C here. The preferred location was the same location northeast of R&M Homes. We did take a look at actually moving it over to County Road 15 Concession Road, or County Road 13, I believe, just over on the west side there. But it made more sense to use the lands that were already sort of blocked off there. And the treatment plant process that was determined ideal here was the MBR with no primary clarification, and that the solids and sludge would be disposed of off-site, so they'd truck it off-site rather than building a digester, at least at this time. There were buffers to the site plan for environmental purposes, and the force main alignment was chosen to go west through the R&M Homes property and ultimately to the mitigation option B, which was an effluent polishing through discharge to the old gravel pit over on the west side there before it ends up into the Pine River. So that's just sort of an extra step. It wasn't necessary for the water quality, but again, given the nature of the Pine River and the fisheries there, we were working with the NVCA on this too, and everybody liked that option. There was a lot of good reasons to move ahead with it on that basis. So, but that being said, the level of treatment, regardless of that polishing, is still exceeds what's needed based on the assimilative capacity study. So I think that's it for that slide. Yeah, that comes later. If we go to the next slides here, yep. So that's this was the preferred solution on the treatment side, a membrane bioreactor system with a headworks that includes septage receiving, so that we can there's some revenue generation potential there with a septage receiving station for the township. That was an important thing that was discussed at the time as well. Off-site removal of sludge, as I mentioned, and MBR as the main treatment process with tertiary UV disinfection before it heads out to the discharge location. And just on to the next slide, please. So yes, again, this was our preferred solution for the discharge location. So out to the gravel pit there. And we did look at an alternate route through the Barzo subdivision, but given the unknown status of that application at that time, we ended up proceeding with the Farsight lands. So that's, I think, really all there is for that one. If we could move to the next slide. Okay, so this brings us to, excuse me. This brings us up to where we're at now. So Kartik went through these in pretty good detail, so I won't spend a lot of time on this. But we had 644 units for Farsight. And if we go to the next slide, for Barzo, 1,321 units. Again, these are the current numbers. And for QMAC, there's only 45 units. Just on the next one there. Just don't want to double up on Kartik here too much. And the next slide, if we could go to that one, this is sort of the summary. So this is where we've sort of tabulated our differences between the MSP numbers and what we're looking at currently. So the big difference, which has been mentioned a few times, the Barzo numbers have gone up substantially in population versus what they had originally. The OLT provided numbers equate to a population of approximately 3,527 persons, up from the initial 1,357 from the MSP. Again, that was before the current owners. There's quite a bit of a different situation at that time. And Farsight has gone up slightly as well, from a population of approximately 1,466 to 1,720. In the MSP, we had a future development population beyond those two of approximately 5,917. Currently, that number, the only other development that's come into our radar here is QMAC, with a population of approximately 121. On the existing population side, the MSP was looking at servicing all of the existing population of Everett through whatever solution it was we arrived at. That was a direction at the time. And the population we used for that was 300 persons at New Horizons, about 100 units. Excuse me. And 1,629 persons equivalent in the rest of Everett. So under those circumstances, that total population was 10,669, or an average design flow of 3,627 cubic meters per day. And that's based on a per capita water use of 340 liters per capita per day, which is right in the middle of the Ministry of the Environment's recommended amounts. For comparison, the actual flows in Everett, usually the MOE wants us to use MACP now. Sorry, I still call them MOE. The Ministry of the Environment wants generally actual flow data to be used when doing MSPs. And the flow data from New Horizons was a pretty low number. It was only 246 liters per capita per day. So we went with a much higher number than that, 340, just for a factor of safety during that study. And again, to be more sort of in the mid-range of that number rather than at a lower end. I believe 275 is the low end of that ministry range. So as you can see from just this table here, the current population, and again, I believe it was 2018, there was a process looked at to service all of Everett, and currently we do not understand that there's any desire to force anyone in Everett onto the new systems. So without having the existing population accounted for as part of that treatment plant, we are looking at a future upset population in that treatment plant over, again, across many phases, of up to about 5,700 population. And again, this is quite a bit lower than the MSP number of 10,600. So if we can jump to the next slide. These actually, if we want to jump, we can maybe jump through these slides, these next two, because the infographic shows the same information, but in a little bit easier to read fashion. So to summarize on the water side, again, keep that 5,700 number in mind when we're looking at this. So the population serviced by the Everett water system currently, again, we had 1929 as that population back in 2012. I believe Kartik provided a more updated number, which is actually even lower than that now at 15 something. But again, we're talking about the numbers we've used previously here. So that existing population, we've also got Farsight Phase 1 is slated to be 793 persons, so that would bring us to about 2,700. Farsight Phase 2 is another 300 persons, so that brings us a little over 3,000. And at this point, you're going to want to be looking at those water main and storage upgrades before you cross that 3,000, because 3,400 is that threshold where you're kind of at 100%. So you don't want to get there. So I would suggest that, you know, before you got to Phase 3 of Farsight, they would need to make those upgrades, and they'd probably need to start designing them a bit sooner than that. And then that would take you out to Farsight Phase 4. QMAC, I've just kind of presumed they would likely go after Farsight just based on where they're at in their process. And then Barzo would likely start sometime thereafter. And it looks like once you get to about Phase 2 of Barzo, that's when you would need to get that water supply upgrade in. The well expansion, which would be on those that block in the Farsight subdivision. And then from a water perspective, I believe those treatment or the water main upgrades would likely have to happen at the same time as the storage. But beyond that additional treatment and supply, you have supply out to wherever you need it. There might be some phasing of that. We haven't looked at that in detail because it's quite a ways out. That would have to be looked at as part of Barzo's design process. But on the water side, those are the only upgrades that would be needed based on the MSP. And so the aquifer is good in Everett out to a population of approximately 10 to 12,000 people based on the testing that was done. You would do subsequent testing to upgrade that and make sure everybody's happy with it and get approvals from the ministry before the Barzo developments would proceed and before you would exceed that capacity. So there would certainly be more studies done at that stage. But otherwise, that's pretty much it for water. And if we can go to the next slide, it's the wastewater numbers. So this is, again, sort of the same figure with the breakdowns of the phasing of everything that's sort of in the queue right now in Everett, but with regards to wastewater. So currently, the only population serviced in Everett is, again, that New Horizons 300 people. And to service them on the new treatment plant and the initial phase of Farsight, the 793, that's when essentially, so they've got a phase that's approved out to 850 cubic meters. And so the way they've designed it is to have sort of sub phases where they build that phase, but they don't put in all of the MBRs until they need them. And so they would have MBRs for approximately 1,250 population equivalent in that Phase 1A. And then they would have Phase 1B where they drop in the rest of the MBRs into what they've already built. And that would take you out to a population of almost 2,500. So before you get there, though, they would need to start an EA for Phase 2. So they'd need a separate EA for any expansion beyond that 850. So I would guess they would need to start that process probably somewhere around Farsight Phase 4. And then before Barzo Phase 1 begins, that upgrade would be required. So they would need to upgrade the plant from what is currently ECA approved before they construct Barzo. And then they would also need to do an EA process to support that. And then from there on, it's kind of a similar thing as Barzo builds out. Eventually, you hit the end of that same thing. They would likely build phase 2 and then do half of the MBRs and then do the other half of the MBRs when they need them. And then again, we're kind of assuming phasing on Barzo here. We just kind of split it up evenly over a number of phases. We haven't been provided with any phasing information for them yet. But on that basis, before you get to a population of 3,700, you would need to, before you would get to a population of 5,000, then they would need to do a second EA for kind of to cover their final phases. So there's quite a bit of breakpoints and public process and everything in between each of these phases. But on this basis, the maximum flow rate that they would get to based on what's currently proposed in Everett would be that 2,125 cubic meters per day, which is their sort of first half of phase 3. And there would be some additional capacity there, but they're currently nowhere near that 10,000 number. So again, this is based on a population of 2.67, these numbers. So we did run some quick numbers just on the different PPUs. So if we were to use that 3.12 instead, that takes us to a population of 6,580 for all development, including New Horizons. So we're talking about units here. Number of units is what's been approved with OLT. So we take those units, we apply our population, and we apply our flow rate. So on that basis of 2,100, it's 2,110 units approximately all in, including New Horizons. And at that 3.12, that's 6,583 population. And then if you add the existing population, if at some point in the future it was determined to include the existing residents on that treatment plant, that would take you out to 8,212. Again, this is at the 3.12. So if you were to go to a PPU of 4, you still end up in pretty good shape with 8,440 population, essentially that 5,700 number. That goes up to 8,440 if you're going to 4 PPUs instead of 2.67. And again, you add the 1,600 or so population of the existing residents to that number, and you're still at 10,069. So you have residual capacity of about 600 persons or 150 units at 4 PPU, even if you're looking at this from a 4 as your number for the persons per unit. So there is, just to sort of summarize, I guess, there is quite a bit of capacity allocated here in this design. It is a long-term, fairly high-level design, with the exception of some of that stuff at the start, which is already ECA approved. But we're certainly on a trajectory here where there seems to be appropriate level of service here for what is currently being proposed in Everett. So I think that's it for the presentation. So I guess we'll open it up for questions through your worship.
Thank you. I'm not sure, maybe Mr. Hartman wants to answer some questions to save you some breath here, Josh. But,
No, it's good.
but I appreciate that. I'll go to Deputy Mayor first.
Okay, thank you through the chair. Thanks for the presentation. Very, very informative.
You're welcome.
Just a few questions on, so you spoke on fire protection upgrades after 3,400 people.
Yes.
Can you just explain that a little more in depth?
Yeah, so there's a certain amount, there's a calculation that you do for the amount of storage that a municipality requires for fire protection. It's based on a number of factors, including population. Population is one of them, maximum day flow is another, which is also tied to population. So when you crunch all those numbers and look at, okay, we've got 1,600 cubic meters currently, how much can that service based on those calculations? That 3,400 was the number that came up. So beyond that population, you need more storage. And then we've also, the ultimate for the 10,000 population is something like 4,300 cubic meters.
Okay, and supplementary. So what do you mean by more storage? Like just layman's terms, you're.
Yeah, so there's currently at, I believe it's, I don't have to check my map here.
Just west of
It's,
Horizons.
yeah, it's to the, I think it's to the east of New Horizons, but, so you've currently got a storage cells for your fire flow.
Cisterns.
Existing, I believe it's underground cisterns. So you would need to expand that and add more units to it to increase that volume of storage.
That one or at different locations? Like,
We had proposed in the EA to expand the existing one. That was the solution we arrived at that time.
And add additional pumping.
And add additional pumping, yes, to increase the pressure.
questions? No.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, so if, say all this goes through, does the existing infrastructure for water need to be upgraded throughout the whole town with this increase in population and housing?
Through your worship, no. There are a few specific segments of water main that need to be upsized, mainly in conjunction with that storage upgrade to make sure there's enough pressure to get fire flows to all the way up to Barzo and all the way out to the other corner of Farsight. And then the developer would need to build some water main loops through their development to connect up the different sides of town to create a fulsome system. But there's no development would be required to provide those upgrades to meet their needs. So there wouldn't be any changes needed to any other existing infrastructure, again, until such time as you need more water supply and treatment at that 5,000 breakpoint, which again, development would be driving that upgrade as well.
Thank you. Through the chair. And the discussion's always been, I guess, ideally for the outflow to go to this gravel pit pond and I guess sitting area, and then it make its way into the Pine River. But from my understanding, that's an issue at this point. We still don't actually have a route that is 100% chosen, or am I mistaken?
Through your worship, currently that option is the established option through the EA process, and the environmental compliance approval for the treatment plant is predicated on that outfall. So I'm not aware of any changes being suggested to that outfall. I haven't been privy to anything on that. But if that outfall were to change, then you would need an addendum to the Schedule C Class EA, which we're at the 10 years. So if that is being proposed, you would want to make sure that gets looked at as part of any update to the EA.
Okay, so all this is based on that plan, but
The approval is based on that outfall.
that outfall.
And the ECA approval would need to be updated as well if a change was to be made.
But my question may not relate directly to you because you may not know, but that has not been secured by Farsight.
I'm not sure what their situation is. I'm afraid I can't speak to whether they've secured it or not.
Okay.
I'll just add the assimilative capacity would have, for the Pine River would have to be updated also. So if you're choosing.
If you're changing a location.
Yeah, if you're changing it to a different location, then you're gonna have to make sure that the water course is able to handle this discharge that we're proposing at that location.
But wouldn't the discharge levels be the same? Like whether it goes
Yeah,
in the
it's-
river
it's
here or
just-
it goes in here?
It could be a matter of course, but it will still need to be checked.
Thank you.
Mr. CEO, did you want to comment on the one question about the outfall location?
Through your worship, it is something that is ongoing, and we're taking a look at the outfall. But obviously, as noted, the 10-year hasn't been lapsed on this EA, so it will have to be relooked at, obviously, and it'll be part of that process. So right now, there is no absolute surety on it. It is something that we are looking into, and obviously, as the EA designates that is the preferred option right now.
Okay, thank you. Is that all the questions you have for now?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So just speaking on, I guess, piggybacking on some of these. So the assimilative capacity, I'm trying to understand, and this was a long time ago, so bear with me. Did we look at that as pick the number of just over 10,000 and work backwards to that? Or is that the max that the submitted capacity actually said we could do?
Yes, so because we were working within that framework of, we had planning numbers guiding our population, we looked at, can that population be accommodated? So that essentially there may be more capacity than 10,000, but because we weren't trying to determine that at the time, we looked at that. Those were the parameters that were set in the MSP. So
based on the numbers, there would be more capacity because we were using a 0.1 milligram per liter discharge for phosphorus being the critical parameter. Your guaranteed service from the MBR system is 0.5 milligrams per liter. So effectively, your load to the watercourse is half of what you're approved to do.
When everything's working under ideal circumstances, of course.
Absolutely. So, and I guess that goes back to Councillor O'Leary's question then is, if there's a plant being designed to accommodate what's currently on the books, there could be potential for more. So is that plant then expandable to, or modular enough to double in size in that case to go?
Yeah, from the perspective of the amount of space they have on that site, you could likely go well beyond, but nothing has been designed for that, obviously, because it's only been looked at out to the 10,000. But just, from high level, looking at the site plan, I forget what slide it was on there.
Well, you're looking, you raised another
page
good
21.
point because
21.
The plant itself will, the flows to the plant will be monitored, as will the discharges from the plant. So effectively, your next upgrade at your plant will be based on that information. So, when you get to 80% of the capacity of the plant, you may have full build out in one of these developments, and that upgrade may not be required because your flows may be quite a bit lower, or conversely, it might be high and we have to get to an EA sooner. But that will really be the trigger, is what once you build the plant, when you start to get close to your capacity of your plant, then you're going to have to put a stop on development and say, okay, we got to go through a process here to design or plan for that development to get to your final capacity. You may have to put a stop on development until you're able to proceed with full capacity at the plant to service it.
Okay.
And that's all spelled out in your ECA that you currently have. So there is no way to get past that if that's a concern. You can't exceed the capacity of the plant. It would not be legal for the municipality to do so.
My concern would be just if it was to a point where we did an EA to expand, then designing a plant to accommodate that rather than the municipality having a huge increase in costs for operations or something that might negatively affect the plant design, initial design, right? Is what I'm getting at. So trying to make sure that we do plan for the future without any detrimental issues coming up.
I think Josh wanted to show you how it could be expanded modularly.
I don't know if you're able to bring up slide number 21. So, so here it is. So if you can, it's a bit hard to see. I don't know if you're able to zoom in on the building there at all. If not, that's okay. Might have to go back to the next 21 there. Anyhow, if you look at the site, that green line is essentially the limit of where you can build. You can't go any further east. You could go north. There's a potential future digester down there in the south, which may or may not ever need to be constructed. Jim, okay, Jim could be the laser pointer here. Yeah, so if you see those couple of lines up above that, there's 4 lines. Each of those is a treatment train. And each of those is approximately 850 cubic meters of capacity. So those are those 4 phases I talked about in the infographic. So the headworks for that is set to that 10,000. So if someone was to go and say, we need to build more beyond 10,000, you might need to, double the footprint of that building to the south or 1.5 times it to get whatever additional future capacity you want there. But my understanding is that this is meant to be expandable relatively easily. So we had requested of Farsight that they oversize those headworks out to the full capacity of that 10,000. So beyond that, whoever's coming in to build another plant sometime or another extension of the plant sometime in the future, they would maybe need to rebuild some headworks and some piping and things. But they could likely follow that same process of expanding through additional trains southerly. Again, that would, at that point, you're likely being constrained by the Pine River, more so than challenges with expanding the plant. That eventually you're going to hit that threshold again, which we don't know what that threshold is. But at some point, somewhere probably between 10 and 20,000, that's going to cap out, I would imagine.
So I do have a couple other questions, and there might be stealing some from other councillors, but I'll just ask what I have here at the present time. So you indicated a 10-year review would be required. What's the timeline for something like that for review?
That's a good question. We might have to get back to you on that one, but I would suggest that a lot of review work has kind of informally been done in preparation for this presentation. But we would likely need to engage the stakeholders, so the developers involved would need to, again, if there's some changes in the queue to anything, we would want to make sure that got captured now. So it would be somewhat dependent on some of that back and forth, but it wouldn't be a significant process. Usually addenda for EAs, you could do it in a couple of months, and there's of course a 30-day public review period on the EA that would be required at the end of whatever process of review and updates and reporting that would be associated with that.
I think there are, just if I can add to that, there are 2 key questions that you just brought up, right? The outlet itself, I think.
Yeah.
And the persons per unit discussion. So those 2 things would need to be looked at as part of the review.
Okay, and Mr. Hartman, you indicated earlier in the first presentation that EA review could determine potentially a different persons per unit, is that, or to a degree of something different? Yeah, so if you were determining that there is an increase that's desired, then you would have to go through the EA process to identify that. So if the planning is saying now it should be 3.12, then that's a change. And that's a change that should be documented in the EA process, an addendum issued, and then the servicing plan updated. And to my understanding, it wouldn't change drastically for the existing developments, because I think if we use the 3.1, you'd be looking about maybe 600 more in population. Right, and the design of the plant, as you saw, is significantly oversized for that. So. Okay. Just to be clear about that, I apologize, Your Worship. The other thing would be, you would have to check the design. Certainly, you would have to review the design internally for the subdivision, because if you're changing that number or moving that number higher, you have to make sure that the pipe sizing, for example, to get the flows to the plant are sufficient to do that, because there would be an increase if you're going to 3.12 and keeping the 340 liters per person per day the same. So will it have an impact on pipe sizing? Unlikely, because it's not a significant, you're designing your pipes
not to get too far in the details, but you're designing your pipes on a peak,
Mhm.
flow, so it would not probably have too much of an impact on the pipe size.
I guess the concern would be that we've seen provincial policy shifts. We've seen the, additional residential units. We've seen pressures that very well could affect servicing to some degree. And it may not affect, as you said, Mr. Hartman, it may not affect that actual servicing design that was originally proposed. But I think it's worthwhile making sure that we check that. And those things are accounted for, because if it does change something, like you said, if the headworks or something, or a force main or something that needs to be adjusted, it's the better time to do it now than it is to do something 10 years down the road and tear up the entire section of road that you just did. So I think it's prudent that we just double check those numbers and make sure that that's something that's suitable, because the time is now to make sure we do that. I just want to make a comment, and I'll just leave it where it is, but I do believe we do need the capacity in the wastewater treatment plant's plan for it, of course, but I do believe we need to make sure that if there is a shift ever for the community to hook up in the existing community, that's accounted for. I don't think it's something that we should take out of our numbers. I think it should be planned for so that it's a reserve capacity, because you have, again, provincial policy shifts a lot, and if there's something that ever does come down the pipe, again, excuse the pun on that one, to the fact that we're sitting here and having to be forced to do something and not have the services required, it's far better to keep that in reserve for the municipality than it would be to provide that as a surplus to potential another developer. And the last question I had, and I think you've answered it in presentation. So the 2.67 was used with all your data in the reports. So your numbers are based on that. You have indicated that if you did use the 3.1 or even 4, and again, I think it's important to reiterate this, is based on the current development proposed in Everett, there is ample capacity within the design of the wastewater treatment plant and within the water system that we currently have, minus the upgrades, of course, at the development stages. And I just want to confirm that.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so that's all I have at the moment. I'll go to Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, I just want to reiterate what the mayor just said, because I find your sewage calculations are flawed here, because you haven't indicated the 1,929 people who are the existing residents of the town of Everett right at the present time. These houses in Everett are in excess of 50 years of age, and the life expectancy of a septic system, I've been told, is anywhere from 40 to 50 years. So the possibility of having to connect these people is very likely, if anything. Supplement to that, with regards to the outfalls with your sewage treatment plant, I have a question. It's a technical question, and it's with regards to outfall. Has it ever been, or could it possibly be, that we outfall? Because we were told at our last meeting that once this development is completed, the present development in Everett is completed as presented, that our outfall will be capacity for the Pine River. Therefore, my question is, could we have a double outfall? Could we have a Boyne River outfall for a future off of the exact same sewage treatment plant, but have it go to the Boyne instead of the Pine River? Eventually, the Pine River water ends up in the Nottawasaga River, and the Boyne ends up in the Nottawasaga River, like 10 miles down the road. But that's a question I would like you, if you could possibly answer that question.
If we could bring up the slide 28. Just to answer your question about the existing population, there is capacity at the plant for the existing population. Just to clarify that point, because I think.
I understand that.
Oh, okay.
I understand that
Maybe I misunderstood.
part of it. My issue is that we, as Counselor has indicated, we've already been approached by another developer
Hmm,
who wishes to develop the west side
Hmm.
of the 13th.
Sure.
And if we exceed or we reach our capacity with the existing development that we have on paper today, are we going to have to build another sewage treatment plant to accommodate the one on the west side of the road? Or are we going to be able to modify the existing system that we have to facilitate the expansion on the west side of the 13th? That's my, basically, that's my commit.
So, as Josh
Question.
explained, so go ahead.
I can answer this one through the chair. So if you were approached theoretically by another developer, they would need to complete an EA process for whatever it is they're proposing, as well as an official plan amendment. And so you may get to the limit of your servicing on what's currently proposed at say 10,000 persons, with the current development, if we used a higher PPU, et cetera. So if you get to that point, I would think you likely could expand that plant. We'd sort of touched on that, looking at that slide. There's enough space at that site. The limit would be on the assimilative capacity of the receiving water course. And so again, that would be the responsibility of the developer coming to you asking for capacity. They would need to do all that work and say, look, we can do that. And then you would need to verify. So they would have to do that through an EA process to determine can they expand the plant to get what they need, or do they need to build another plant? Or you would look at all those options in an EA process. Again, I can't preclude that process because it doesn't exist yet. But I would think you could expand the current plant, and that would need to be explored to facilitate that development at such time as they were to come forward and make that request.
I would go as far as to say the Pine River at the time. Yeah, we'll answer the question about the second outfall, but at the time that the original EA was done, at that time, the Pine River was assessed. And the design of a 0.05 milligram per liter plant for phosphorus being the limiting parameter at that time would allow for 20,000 people to discharge into the Pine River. So now things have changed. 10 years ago, it would have to be reassessed to make sure there isn't any changes to that water course that would constrain it further, changes in terms of number of people or population that would be discharging to the plant, changes in regulations, legislation, all that would have to be reviewed. But that was what it looked like 10 years ago or 13 years ago. Is there an opportunity to discharge part of the outfall to the Boyne River? Again, that would have to be assessed. That's not been assessed in detail to confirm that, but it's certainly a possibility that would be explored, as Josh said, in a Class EA that would be initiated by any future development that would come into Everett.
So supplement to that, with regards to the wastewater management plant design, whose responsibility is it to design that system for future capacity? Is it ours at the beginning through our, your design process that, we, obviously, we're not going to ask Farsight to design us a plant that will do 20,000 people when he's only going to do a build out of 6,000 people, right?
Well, in fact, you do. Pardon me, through your worship. You have.
Pardon?
You do have that ability and you have exercised it.
Okay, so,
So you've asked Farsight to build headwork, or design headworks, build headworks at the wastewater plant. So where all the flow comes into the plant, which is where you do your initial screening of all the toys or whatever else get into the sewer. You've asked that developer to design that and design it for 10,000 people, which he doesn't need, but you've asked him to do that. So within your conditions that you got at the OLT, you have to be satisfied with the design of the plant. And so through that provision, you've asked the developer to do these things. So you do have that ability.
so our max right now is 10,000
For that component of
for
the
that
plan,
component.
which is the front end is the
Yeah.
hardest thing to change. So it's the subsequent phases of the plant, where we showed those little pieces of the building. They would likely just build the one building and then the one train, and then their next EA would add another train. And so my understanding of that design is that they can knock out a wall and build the next section relatively easily. But that headworks piece is not as easy to retrofit. So that's why we had asked that be considered in the design back when they started that design. And so that has been exercised by the township.
In supplement to that, all the other requirements like the force mains and things like that, that will be in the next phase of development after there's an agreement. I'm understanding.
Through the chair, so they've already received an ECA approval on their force main on the outfall that ties into that plant, but they would not proceed with any of that work until there's an agreement, a subdivision agreement in place. They can't proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go back and I have a couple speakers here, but I want to just acknowledge the question that Councillor O'Leary asked, and I'm going to ask for your opinion here if you've seen this anywhere in Ontario. Are there sewage treatment plants that have double outfall?
Not familiar with one, but it doesn't mean it can't happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship. In my experience also for wastewater plants, I haven't seen one yet either. Just want to clarify the restrictions that are going on any development and future development. As Greenland mentioned, our big restriction is the 0.1 milligrams per liter into the Pine River. That is the limiting factor. The second limiting factor is the physical size of the property where you can expand the plant. So if there is enough property, you can always add to the plant. That has been done in many different water and wastewater treatments throughout the province. So as long as you're not hitting that 0.1 milligrams, you can expand basically indefinitely until you reach either the capacity of the property or the capacity of the river. So noting that the numbers currently on the books right now still have a lot of cushion, whether it be a PPU, whether it be a liter per cap per day, all of that will be measured every single time there is an increase in the modular aspect of the wastewater treatment plant through the EA process. And obviously, as noted previously, if there is a new development that that currently doesn't exist yet, but may be coming in the future, that will then have to go through an MESP also. So there is another check and balance with regard to the growth. So every single time there is a new section of the modular plant built, there is a review through the EA process. And if there's additional numbers, there's going to be an additional review on top of that through an MESP or MSP process. Each of those processes also entail coming back to council. Each of those processes also include going to the public. So each of those processes, there are many touch points where there is an evaluation of that and through communication with the public and with council. Noting, please, that there are planning numbers, there are engineering numbers, and there are actual numbers. Right now, we only have the actual numbers of New Horizon. We have the planning numbers and we have the engineering numbers that are the estimates. from good practices through Kartik as the PPU, noting how we got to those numbers. However, there is some flexibility, as Greenland said. A quick reverse calculation, if all of the units took up this new, or the just the modular without the expansion, you can go up to 4 PPU. And so it shows that there is some additional capacity, but again, it will be measured and checked as we go along. And so I just wanted to point that out for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, other questions from council? I have Councillor Simpson, and then Borzos, and then Meadows.
Through the chair, I'd like to thank you for the report. This is a lot of information. You've gone from transportation to wastewater to water and all the other changes that we're experiencing. So thank you for that. It was eye-opening to see that. I too had a concern with regard to slide 24 or 28 rather. And I think that existing Everett does need to be factored into any future amendments or updates, especially because we're seeing that changes in the PPS that identify, changes at all times. So with regard to the MSP update versus new, how does this relate to the county study and the allocation of numbers that the county had previously allocated to our municipality? Because obviously, a lot of the changes that we're seeing, especially with the PPU, will impact on the number of people that are going to be moving into our township. The changes in the developments have also changed in terms of the number of units. So how does that impact us? Do we need to work with the county to update those numbers or change it? And I do understand that planning is being potentially taken away from the county. So if you could please give some clarity on that.
Through your lordship to Councillor Simpson, it has not yet taken away from the county. County still holds the position of upper tier municipality for approving our official plan amendments and draft subdivision plans and all planning approvals. So we have to work with county regarding that. I can get back to them and ask for them what would be the required procedure to go through that. And I can look into that. Thank you.
I could add an additional clarification there. The county was also circulated on the initial EA, and they would likely be engaged as a commenting agency on an update as well. So they would be circulated in, and we would get any feedback of that nature from them through the process.
Thank you. When I saw that report coming, I was very concerned because the county study didn't even take into account Colgan, which exists. That's potentially 2,000 to 3,000 people, and we're only allocated 700 people until 2051, which I don't know how that happened, and I think we need to stay on top of it and make sure that when these developments come forward, that we calculate those numbers appropriately, so that we know what it's going to be, and how that works out for funding allocations, things like that, secondary things that come from these studies. Another concern I had was with regard to the outlet to the Pine. We did have a consultant just a couple of months ago who came and told us that with Everett West coming forward, that we may not have sufficient capacity at the Pine. Do you share that concern? I know you've said that it's possible that you could accommodate potentially up to 20,000 people. Is that?
Through your worship, I want to be clear about that. That's not based on any study that we've done recently, and there's changes. I think that Pine River will be if you're looking at 10,000 more people, 10,000 more units, I think it was it not? Or 10,000?
They haven't given us
whatever the number is.
Yeah.
Like, I think an increase is going to have to be reviewed.
Yeah.
Any kind of increase would have to be reviewed, as Josh has said.
Okay.
Can it be 10,000 more people? That's probably a stretch. I think it will be as your CAO has mentioned, that's probably the constraining And Josh mentioned the constraining factor here will be the watercourse.
Okay.
So please, the grain of salt with that. But as I said, when we did the original work, we had 10,000 people at 0.1 milligrams per liter. The plant can treat at 0.05 milligrams per liter. So everyone can do the math.
Potentially
That's
double it.
20,000. So, but that would all have to be reviewed.
And certainly there would be monitoring and things on the way to that larger number that would need to also be taken account,
And
long-term, et cetera.
you can imagine that when you're talking about a similar capacity, you're talking about things that are affecting it upstream as well, right? And things that you could be affecting downstream. So if anything has changed in either of those spots, it could have a drastic impact on what you can discharge into the watercourse. And the other part of that is you're going to review that at the time that you have that development pressure, which may be maybe it's 10 years, but maybe it's 20 years. And there could be, again, a drastic change in the watercourse at that time. So yeah, we have to be very careful when we're projecting what we think we can do, whether it's negative or positive, less or more. I think you really have to do the study at the time to confirm it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I appreciate that. And so would you think that if Everett West were to come forward with an OPA, that an update would be warranted, or would a new wholesome study be required, MSP and EAs?
Through the chair, if a significant increase in population, any increase beyond the 10,000 that we've already suggested, I would think you would need a new EA to manage that additional growth beyond what's already been established.
Thank you. And I think, just for the record, that when the presentation came forward in December, that they did identify that it could be in excess of 10 or 20,000 people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just also want to just, I guess, clarify that Hemson report has not really been, it's not enforced today. As to my understanding, I don't believe the county is enforcing population by numbers anymore. And the province isn't, so I don't believe those numbers are much at play.
So Your Lordship, that report was submitted in 2022, but it has been endorsed by county, but hasn't still got approval at ministry level. So it's not in effect yet. So, and they are still under review, like making changes and updating their MCRs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I have Councillor Borzos next.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Just have a couple of quick things here that I jotted down, and I'm hoping to get some information about. We heard about all kinds of numbers, population growth, this and that. I haven't heard a single word about the school that's supposed to be there and the 400 or 500 kids or whatever is going to be occupying it with a bunch of teachers who are obviously will be a significant load on the system, both for water and wastewater. Why were they not included in any of the studies or numbers, I should say?
Through your worship, the population numbers that we use are an equivalent population. So that population at such time as you got a site plan for the school, for example, there would need to be consultation with the board to say how many students, how many teachers, et cetera. And then that population equivalent would then be taken out of that number. So that would still contribute to your 10,000. So it would be encapsulated within that number somewhere.
But it currently is not included. So at this point, the total number that you put on one of the slides here, I think towards the end, for both water and wastewater, nothing had been included from the school board at this point.
We were not, at the time of the MSP, we didn't have anything specific. So we had that 5,900 future population number, which would, and again, population as a term in the sense of what we're looking at here is an equivalent. So if you had a commercial site, that would be factored in as a certain amount of population based on its flow. And similarly, a school would have a certain amount of flow associated with the students and the teachers and the time of use and so forth. So that would then be assigned a population number, and you would factor that into your decision making.
I understand that, but you have not done that yet.
It's encapsulated within the overall number.
but then the numbers don't jive because if I multiply the numbers by the 2.67 PPUs for the number of homes, I'm getting exactly the numbers that you put in there, and there isn't a single student or teacher in it. So I think that needs to be updated on your end.
If we have numbers for a school, certainly if we're doing an update to the MSP, that would be the time to look.
It's not there.
It would be an
And I would-
equivalent, it would be an equivalent of about, if I can, about 130 people.
130 people for
500 students is about 130 people. Added wastewater.
And we also don't know that the school board would actually build on that site. So we don't know that there would actually be a school there.
Okay.
They're offered the site, but not necessarily have to build there.
So I mean, 130 people, it's accommodated in that,
okay,
that difference
The bigger.
between the 10,000 and 5,000.
3% maybe. Yeah, okay, thank you for that. At least provides a little bit of background on that. With respect to going back to the expandability of the wastewater treatment facility, I'm looking at that slide. I believe it was 28 that showed the site plan for the 21. Okay. Is this any accurate, not to scale, but does this depict the more or less actualities? And the reason for my question is, if it does, I do not see any more real estate here where this could be potentially expanded. I'm assuming that if the membranes are lined, or I guess the modules are lined horizontally, so 1 through 4, then you cannot expand perpendicular to that. You need to continue expanding in the same direction, which isn't possible here because they're blocked by the access roads, and then there is some other sludge something here. So how does that work? How would that work?
Through your worship, the sludge tank is not confirmed as a requirement. That was just sort of additional space left for potential future. So again, we're talking about a theoretical beyond phase 4 expansion. You would want to factor that in before you approve that development. So maybe you don't include that sludge tank, and you instead include some. So that potential sludge tank, that wasn't, I don't think, in the cards for that first 10,000. We just wanted to show that there was space for it if there was some desire to do that. I believe at the time there was some talk of a regional facility for that, and we thought it might be, prudent to include Everett in the consideration for that, as there's some revenue generation potential with that and so on. So, but you could expand up as well, and if you had to reroute the access road, that's not really a big expense, for example. So you may be able to expand lengthwise. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the specifics of the design to say that. I know you could. I know it's much easier to expand up or down versus out. So, but that might be a possibility too. You would need to look into that with the designer.
I get one more question, if I may.
I'll take as much time as you want for questions. That's what we're here for.
Any consideration has been given to ARUs? I know ARUs are fairly new, like a year or so ago, but again, I'm looking at the numbers, and the numbers are strictly based on the 2.67 PPUs for the approved number of homes, townhouses, semis, or fully detached homes, but there is no consideration given to ARUs at all. Like, given the current culture, the current climate, economical and family, whatnot, more often than none, young people are living with their parents. They are building out basements, essentially creating second ARUs in the homes. So would it not be appropriate just to go like a 25 to 30% inclusivity of ARUs in these calculations? Just because, again, that's part of the numbers. It's inevitable.
So first thing I want to say, these are all great questions, by the way. So no, it's not been considered, wasn't considered in the previous EA.
Well, they were not there, I guess.
No, that's right. Well, and we are 10 years past that, or however many years it is. I think what Kartik is presenting, the 3.12 increase is reflective of what you're speaking about. But if we're opening, not if, we have to review this, we have to make an addendum at least as an update. So that's something that we should be looking at in consultation with the with staff to see, okay, what is the number that we're using? What is the number that we should be using? Should we be accommodating ARUs? These are all good questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And then I guess the two more like maybe I would classify the environmental type of questions. What if the phosphorus treatment levels exceed the 1/10 of a milligram? I guess it's milligram per liter. How do we? What's the recourse for that? I mean, never mind being half. What if it's 10, 15% over, and essentially we are contaminating the river?
Through the chair, the plant is proposed to be it would be a state-of-the-art MBR treatment plant. So they've got a target that they're actually supposed to be hitting that 0.05, that 50% number, and the 0.1 is actually their upper limit. So within the design of the plant as it currently is, they're capable of hitting that 0.05, and even if they hit the 0.1, then they're at their limit. But the point where it would become a problem for the environment is if they're exceeding that limit at a population of 10,000. So that's the assimilative capacity of the water course. So if there were upsets in the plant, which you wouldn't want, below that 10,000 population, as long as you're hitting that 0.1, you're in compliance with your ECA, and you're not doing any damage, so to speak. But that being said, there would be monitoring of the plant to make sure that it's operating within its parameters. And if you exceed the 0.1, then the ministry would likely take action on that regardless.
They would have to be called.
They would need to be informed for sure. Yeah.
I'm assuming there's a monitoring system of some sort.
Absolutely.
There for that.
Yeah.
And then I guess part two of the environmental part of the question is, this particular system, does it have any type of water or temperature management technology built into it? The reason for that is because of the type of fish that we have in the pond. Sensitivity to cold water, hot water, these things that have a tendency of increasing surface water temperatures significantly, which may be detrimental to the fish.
That was considered through the Schedule C. So I believe the distance of the outfall helps to reduce that a little bit, and the polishing likely has some additional benefit on that going to that gravel pit. So again, if there's looking at a change of outlet at some point before things proceed, that's one of the factors that would likely need to be considered. Is if we're doing another outfall, is there shade trees over the area where it flows down to those things like that to reduce. So there's
no mechanical or
there's
mechanical chillation system, for example, that would cool the effluent off before it leaves the plant.
That could be an option too. There's a lot of options, but currently I would need to look into the specifics of the design that's been done by Stantec, I believe, for the current plant. It was looked at a high level in the EA, but that type of stuff gets sorted out more in detail at the design stage.
It was actually looked at it. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Josh, but with respect to the AC, so when we do an assimilative capacity study of a water course, we've talked a lot here about phosphorus because it's the limiting parameter based on the design of the type of plant that you would have to design. However, we also have to look at all parameters. So we're looking at total suspended solids. We're looking at biochemical oxygen demand. We're looking at temperature, and we were required to look at temperature as part of that ACS. So based on that study and based on the maximum flow, there wasn't an impact on the temperature of the Pine River based on the discharge from the plant. And going through the route that Josh explained, through the gravel pit property.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and I just, before I go to Councillor Meadows, I just wanted to comment that gravel pit, the idea with the polishing pond was well debated when we went through that process, because it was an opportune time to try to figure out how we could mitigate some of these concerns that were raised by the public and by council at the time. Councillor Meadows?
Thank you. Through the chair. John, got a question for John Willis. I know he's here sitting bored, but with the current water system in Everett, What is our current water loss out of that system? I know we had 40% loss out of the Loretto system. I just want to know what the loss is in the Everett system.
I haven't had that information, but I can get that for you in the future.
Does anybody on staff here that's currently here know at all, or no? Okay. I'd appreciate it if you could get that information for me. Also, could I get the date of the last EA that was done, and also the date of the last MSP that was done?
Yes, I believe it was January 2013 for the master servicing plan, Class EA.
Okay.
And 2014 for the Schedule C. I don't have the month in front of me.
Okay. Well, that was during my first term of council.
Both of those documents should be on the township's website,
Right.
though. So you
Okay. And I got everybody here that's been involved with the development, but I haven't got a definitive answer. I just want a yes or no answer from somebody with regards to the outflow location, that there's no approval, it's not secured, and it's not finalized. Is that correct? Am I right or am I wrong?
From the perspective of the EA, it is finalized, and from the perspective of the environmental compliance approval, it is finalized. What we cannot speak for is whether the developer has done what he needs to do to secure that, because we're not privy to that information.
Like I'm hearing, this is the problem I'm having. I'm hearing our next finalized thing to do is to do a subdivision agreement. I have no idea whatsoever whether the outflow location has been finalized. I've never seen it since I've been sitting here on council that it's been finalized or approved or anything. So how can I be responsible for signing an agreement with a developer that has not secured and not brought forward anything to do with that? I'm just curious.
So I'll just
Go ahead.
I'm
Yes,
sorry. I
please.
just want to interject there. So staff can confirm with the developer where they're at on securing that location. That's something that staff can confirm with. And
Well, we
then
should know by now.
And then I'll add that a subdivision agreement would not come to council until such time as that outfall location was secured. So it would be up to the developer to secure that outfall location, and once secured, then an application, or then the subdivision agreement would come to council for consideration. And I'll go to the CAO to comment on that further, but I believe staff could confirm that with the developer at some point.
To your worship, yes, that is correct. Nothing would come forward unless we have a finalized, identified and confirmed outlet spot.
Oh, I realize the MSP and the EA has been done. But again, nobody has answered my question. Has it been secured? Nobody here can tell me whether that has been a secured location.
So going through to staff, to my knowledge, it has not been secured at the moment.
Okay, it has not been secured. That's all I needed to know. Well, finally, I've got an answer that it has not been secured. And this is what concerns me when we're looking at putting forward a subdivision agreement, not knowing the full details of what's to go forward next. And everybody on council brought this up several times because this is our first session since we've been sitting here for this term of council with regards to this project. The first time, Josh, how many times did we deal with this in the first term of council when I was there? Quite a few. So we're talking 20 years. This is the first time since this term of council that we've had this kind of discussion with regards to this development. And I'm concerned because all these reports are from 2013, 2014, and there's been so many changes with the provincial policy statement. There's been so many changes with regards to the legal aspects with the OMB or the OLT or the whatever you want to call it now, LPAT. And that's how many times it's changed its name since things have been going on. I've got documents here from when we first started doing this sort of stuff, and it keeps changing and keeps changing, and the development keeps getting bigger. The environmental studies should all be looked at and changed. And I brought this up at the last council meeting. I was concerned, but I'm just saying we have to be a little more responsible as we are sitting here, because the people in the audience are the ones that are going to be paying the price down the line if we do things wrong here. The same things are happening in Colgan right now, Josh. And I remember sitting there in my first term of council talking to you. 2.67 is not the proper number for Colgan. And I'm sure you remember me bringing that up. And what's happened now? We have a problem. So I don't want this to be another fiasco. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, I think we've touched on just about everything to do with wastewater management. The one other issue that I had was a traffic study. If all the other reports, as per stated here, are 10 years and older, an additional or new traffic study should be done, I would think. And the other thing too is I've noticed on some of these, like item 21, the chart 21 or drawing 21, it shows the 6th concession going straight through up to 15 Side Road. And we as council all are aware of the fact that that road is not a through road. That's something that, as I know Kartik is new to the township, he may not be aware of that. And that's something that we should, as a township, look into, because we're going to have, hypothetically, we're going to have another 5,000 people move into this area. And basically, we have enough, our roads today are only adequate for the population that we have at the present time. So we're going to need to upgrade our roads. And I think we need a major traffic study to be done on improvements and how to relieve the traffic before we get the traffic. Thank you.
We'll go to Mr. Johnstone on just initial comments with regards to the 6th and that development.
Through the chair to Councillor O'Leary. As part of the development-related expansion analysis project that the township's currently doing, we are looking at traffic impacts for that area. And so all the numbers that are in the presentations that both planning and engineering have given you today, those numbers are being incorporated into that development-related expansion analysis to see whether or not township roads can accommodate that traffic. So that's something that's actively being looked at right now.
Yep, thank you. I'll go back to the CEO if you wanted to address any other comments that have been said earlier.
Thank you, through your worship. Just a clarification, and we note and we will hear from BLG with regard to the legalities in the OLT, et cetera, but once things are draft plan approved, it doesn't mean that there is a subdivision agreement. What happens is that there are draft plan conditions that are approved, and all of those particular conditions must be met before we move forward with a subdivision agreement. So that's just the process. So with regard to outfall, with regard to traffic, with regard to capacity, all of those particular conditions have to be shown to be met by the applicant, evaluated by staff and by our third parties reviewers, and then approved. Oftentimes there's some back and forth with regard to that. And it's only once those conditions are met, that's when we move forward with the subdivision agreement. Then again, obviously that's when we come to council for that. So just a point of clarification on the process. Thank you.
Perfect. I think that, thank you for that. And I also want to comment that we also did review the traffic more recently and recognize that there would be some more intersection updates, lanes and signalization at certain sites. So we did already do some of that already. I'll have Deputy Mayor Laux and then Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick explanation. You mentioned, I forgot to ask earlier, septage receiving. So I'm assuming that would be income for the township as bringing in raw sewage to be treated at the plant. Is that correct?
Correct. That was one of the inclusions in the proposed plant at the Schedule C Class EA phase that was chosen to move forward.
And that's like a standard procedure, I guess, if you have a plant that is capable.
Not all plants have it, but it can be a source of revenue if you want to include it in the plant.
I think also there was, you know, Everett and the township has a number of septic systems, so you wanted to be able to accommodate your own residents. Yes. With the facility.
I believe currently a lot of it, or at least at the time when we were doing the study, a lot of that septage was going to Town of Blue Mountains. Likely still is.
And ideally, it wouldn't have a huge effect on the plant capacity.
It does impact your capacity, but it's not a huge effect.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And just outside of the revenue generation, I guess potential is we're not actually having to truck out the sewage from that site because we can digest it on site. Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair. With respect to Councillor O'Leary's note about transportation, I do want to note that in October, Council approved a master transportation plan that is ongoing. So I suspect that in any update of the MSP that perhaps transportation may not need to be looked at because that's already in another study. As a supplement, I do have a question, and Mr. Maitland, perhaps you can answer this. With regard to the update that's going to be done, or perhaps a new study that whichever way council chooses to go, would that also impact on the connection fees that are currently proposed? I think right now for water, we're at $6,000 as a connection fee and about $16,000 thereabouts for the wastewater connection fee. Would those fees go up based on this new study and based on the understanding that we're now in 2025, not in 2013?
So I'll let you answer what you can. I don't think that's in your wheelhouse, but
yeah, through the chair, it's we would provide updated cost estimates in our documentation, but I believe it would be a DC study or something similar that would be the actual mechanism for updating that. We wouldn't be updating that through an EA process.
Okay, but is the EA process required for the DC study to refer to in justifying that cost increase?
Through your worship, typically yes, you would use the results of your master planning and Class EA processes to inform other development charge and financial related studies.
So would an update capture that, or would a brand new EA and MSP be required to do that?
An update would capture that. We can update the cost estimates as we're updating everything else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions from council? Looking to staff if there's any clarifications. I would like to go to BLG if you guys would like to comment. You're here, so would like to comment. Maybe just give an overview to council as to the process of these applications that have been in front of us and the OLTs and things like that.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I'm glad I'm not an engineer today, but I am happy to give some factual information about where we stand with, in particular, the two R&M subdivisions, the Farside subdivisions and the Barzo subdivision. As you know, all of those subdivisions, the draft plans have been approved, subject to conditions by the tribunal, most recently the Barzo in July 2024. And so just on the conditions, I've heard what you've discussed. There are a couple of points worth raising. In particular, Councilor Borzo's mentioned the school challenges with, or the assumptions around population. One of the conditions in the Barzo draft plan approval is that the school board be satisfied there is sufficient water, wastewater capacity, including fire capacity. So it is buried in the conditions, but it is there, and that the township has to provide at no cost to the board or the township the confirmation that that capacity exists for the school if it proceeds.
Sorry, Lee, can I just interrupt? Is
Yep.
your mic on, just to confirm?
It is, but I
There we
can
go. Thank you.
move it closer.
Thank you.
Secondly, we talked about, there was a discussion about the internal servicing, so ensuring that the pipes are sufficient to account for ARUs and other things within the subdivisions themselves. At least there are conditions regarding the requirement to provide an updated FSR that would evaluate those as a condition of approval. So notwithstanding the fact that the draft plan has been approved, in order to move forward with the subdivision agreement and approve the draft plan, the plan of subdivision itself, an updated FSR functional servicing report would be required to the satisfaction of the township. And thirdly, to Councillor Leary's point about traffic, all of the draft plan conditions require an updated traffic impact study be submitted to the satisfaction of the township. So a lot of the concerns that you've raised so far are addressed in the conditions as well. And so this is an iterative process that as we've discussed before, where now they have draft plan approval, they're moving on to clear conditions, and then those conditions will be recorded and secured through the subdivision agreements themselves. So again, there are 3 subdivisions. They're all draft plan approved. As I understand it, we work closely with the township and Fireside to advance these applications through the draft plan approval stage. They are working to clear the conditions with township staff and working on the subdivision agreements. We provided a form of subdivision agreement to Fireside that was based on the Tribute subdivision, which has been council approved and recently similar to the Rondax subdivision as well. So they're working on that. We haven't been actively involved, but of course are always available if any questions arise to deal with those agreements. Some more recent developments is the lapsing period. We'll just flag the lapsing period for the Fireside subdivisions was extended on March 8th, 2023. You'll recall we met and they were extended until for 2 years. Originally was, both those southern Fireside developments were approved in 2008 and 2005. So they've been extended for a period of time now, but currently are set to lapse on June 6, 2025. And so just raising that to your attention that the lapsing period is coming up. Again, we've provided the draft plan of subdivision agreement. There are a couple of other legal matters to draw to your attention. That's good. All right. I was just, that's fine. Just the status of the draft plan conditions appeal is the Fireside has appealed some of the draft plan conditions that's being held at abeyance now pending the resolution of the clearing of the conditions. That brings us, the short and sweet of it is that's the current legal status of things. We're in the process of clearing conditions on all 3 subdivisions and then finalizing the terms of the subdivision agreement.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to seek any other questions, I just a comment as well that we have had our legal team here and our engineering team and our planning staff at multiple meetings this term of council to discuss multiple aspects of development. And as I said earlier, we've discussed the traffic. We've had the red line revisions and OLT decisions and draft plan approvals. So we've continued moving the ball forward on these projects. And that was the intent for today as well, to make sure that everybody was on the same page and not nobody's left behind on the information that we've had coming to council. So are there any questions through to the legal team as to those updates? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, with regards to an extension is coming forward, would it be coming forward in 2025? Do you know what kind of an extension they're going to be looking for?
I'm not aware. It's just as we were preparing for that, for this meeting, we observed that the lapsing period is approaching. Of course, there are provisions of the Planning Act that protect the approval should the lapsing period expire. It's not ideal, but it's there. But we haven't received any communications from anybody with a request to extend the lapsing period, and presumably that would go to township staff as opposed to through legal.
Would it not come to council for ratification?
It should go to council, absolutely. It's just that
it should. One time it didn't, so I just want to make that clear. There have been times where it hasn't come to council for ratification. So I want to make sure it does come to council for ratification. So, and with regards to everything else, I guess it seems fine. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council on that item? Okay, seeing none. So again, we're here to, if there's any further questions with regards to any of the development in Everett, this is the time to ask any further questions. So I'll look around the room once again to see if there's any follow-up questions. Okay, and then Councillor O'Leary.
This is just an internal question. At present time, there in the existing subdivision, there are no fire protection facilities. There are no fire hoses or hydrants or anything like that, is there?
In Everett?
In the town of Everett?
There is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Throughout Everett, there are?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't know. Just checking.
Okay, Councillor Borzos?
Through the chair, and not so much to our distinguished guests, but to ourselves as a council and at large. This is a great opportunity for us, council, to get some updates. But also great for our residents who live in Everett. So what I'd like to solicit for is perhaps a public meeting at some point that is open to the public, so that people can actually come and ask questions, not necessarily from you, but from us. So if that could be accommodated at some point, I leave it to the discretion of the mayor, but I would like to have something like that put on the agenda in the next month or so. Thank you.
Thank you. I have been investigating options as to some public engagement. It may not be from the municipality itself. It may be from others, but I think there's some options to address. Councilor Meadows, I was just going to, do you have a question, or I was just going to go to staff to see if they had any follow-ups?
No, I was just going to agree with Councillor Borzos on this. I just want to, like meetings at 1 o'clock in the morning don't.
1 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I believe.
Or 1 o'clock in the afternoon, sorry. Like they shouldn't, we should be having something when the residents are able to show up, something around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, or even on weekends. For something like this, I don't mind giving up my weekend anyways to be with the constituents and answer my questions. And, I just think this particular time period, it doesn't benefit anybody. It doesn't benefit our residents at all. And they're the ones who are going to have to live with this development. So I'm just totally against having it at 1 o'clock. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. I appreciate your comments. The rebuttal of that is, of course, the township does business during business hours, and council is a body of the township, and we are here, and there was no public comment part of this meeting today. So, and as you can see in the room today, we've had a lot of discussion and a lot of good answers and to the questions that we've asked. So I think to Councillor Borzos' point, I think there's an opportunity to engage the public in other means rather than to have a commenting period at a council meeting where there'd be no answers to their questions because our bylaw doesn't permit that in the first place. So I'll go to staff to see if there's any additional comments that they would like to provide. Mr. CAO.
Your worship, through you, just as mentioned previously, this is not the first public meeting for this, and it won't be the last. There are a multitude of mandatory public meetings as we go through, as noted by Greenland through the Municipal Engineers Association process as a Schedule C. And as we move forward with the update to the EA, it's mandatory that there will be public meetings. We'll note that it will be in the evening if we have PICs, for example, or any additional outreach to the public and to get feedback for that. So we absolutely can do that. Again, it is mandated. And as noted previously, every single time that there is an addition to the modular plant, there needs to be an EA done. And again, there's mandatory public outreach for that. So we're kind of in the middle right now of this process that has and will take decades. And there will be multiple times that we will be going out to the public, multiple times that we'll be coming back to council. As noted previously, once all the draft plan conditions have been met, we will be coming back with the subdivision agreement. So again, as we move forward, we'll have multiple times to touch base with both council and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other staff members, consultants, anyone else would like final thoughts, parting thoughts? Okay. Seeing no other comments or questions from council, there is a motion for the presentations. So the motion would read that the presentations from Kartik Sally, Junior Planner regarding Everett Planning History, and Josh Maitland, Project Manager, Greenland International Consulting Limited regarding Everett MSP and Development Update be received. And do I have a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor Simpson, second by Councillor Borzos. Are there any questions or comments to the presentation resolution? Councillor Meadows.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to amend the motion, please, to say whereas, sorry, let me get my glasses on. Getting older, can't see. Whereas there has been multiple changes in the provincial policy statement and recent changes made to the Everett Farsite subdivision by the Ontario Land Tribunal, and whereas the current workshop has proven the reports are outdated and no longer follow the initial build to or conform to the old master servicing plan, now therefore be it resolved that a new master servicing plan be initiated by the township focusing on water and wastewater delivery for the new proposed Farsite development and proposed future development for the town of Everett. And further, that the new environmental study also be initiated due to the increase in residential units and population impacts on the area. And further, that the master servicing plan should also include the connection and revamping of the new Horizon wastewater facility. And therefore, staff shall immediately put out a new RFP for the master servicing plan as per our procurement policy for approval in a timely manner. And further, that a new traffic study also be completed. And I'll move that to put it on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Before I go and see if there's a seconder for that motion, would you be amenable to soften some of the language to actually have staff come back with a report on those items and then we could make a decision?
I've already delayed this once. And I think it's imperative that we get these reports underway. I don't want to hold up the developer any longer on these than we have to. And I think it's imperative we get these done. I'd like to bring it forward as it is. I'm not going to change it. I can't see any changes. You know, with the traffic study, I think it's important that we have that as well. So,
okay. I do have some concern procedurally on this item. I'm going to go to the clerk, and I understand, you know, we've had this meeting to hear presentations. So I'm going to go to the clerk on this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Council, in accordance with the Township Procedure Bylaw, Council is unable to pass substantial motions off of a presentation. So just a motion to receive or a staff report would be appropriate, but action off of a presentation is prohibited under our Procedure Bylaw. And I will note that this notice of motion, as per Council's direction at the March regular Council meeting, will be back on the April regular Council meeting agenda for Council's consideration. As Councillor Meadows noticed the motion he put forward at that time.
Okay. So Councillor Meadows, would you again be amenable to asking staff to report back on the presentation materials as to an update of a master service plan? Or we can wait till the April meeting to discuss your notice of motion.
Well, I guess we can wait till the April meeting. You know, that way the staff knows what's coming. You know, like they can at least give us a bit of an update on what we're looking for. I just think it's very important that we get moving on this. Currently, we're flying in the dark. All I heard today was stuff that I've heard from my first term of council that's been sugar coated and maybe updated a little bit. And we need factual information when we're making this kind of a decision. Right now, I don't see the factual information in front of me, especially using 2.67 people per household. When you're doing your calculations, when you're doing your, I like to see the numbers in front of me. And everything that I've seen so far, the numbers don't correlate with one another. I guess, well, the only thing I could do is get the rules suspended and vote on that. But I already asked for that in the beginning of the meeting. So I guess I'll have to wait till the April meeting to put this forward. So.
Okay, well, I'll leave it to you to ask whichever you'd like to do. I must say though, I disagree to the aspect of the information presented. I think we sat here today for several hours and had detailed information presented to us within the presentations and verbally by our consultants, legal team, and planning staff. So I would disagree that we haven't had a thorough understanding of what the information has been presented to us from the original master service plan, what options we have to update a master service plan, and the steps that would be required throughout the development process of a wastewater treatment plant and water infrastructure and housing development for EA processes that would be continuing into the future. So I would think that we've had a lot of information presented here today, and I think that was the intention. And I want to thank staff and our consultant teams for actually bringing that information forward in this fashion, because I do believe we have had thorough information presented to council at this time. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if you would want to raise your hand earlier. I don't know if you want to speak.
Your worship, I was just concerned with the motion, whether that to do a brand new study, whether that had any sort of legal ramifications.
Okay.
As,
yeah, so we're not going to discuss that because it's not on the floor.
That's fine.
But Councillor Simpson.
The chair, I do want to note we got a lot of information, and I do thank staff and our consultants for that information. And I think also there were recommendations within the reports identifying that either an update or a new study is warranted. And based on the information that they've given, I think at this time, council should have an understanding that a new one would be warranted, especially taking into account Everett West. With respect to Councillor Meadows' motion, I would be in support of that motion and suspending the rules at this time to get that motion on the floor. I would suggest that the traffic wording be removed because I think we have a master transportation study already underway. So perhaps that might be the change. But in all other respects, I think it's a good motion. Thank you.
Okay, then I'll take that. I'll take it off. And I'll put a motion forward to suspend the rules and have this put forward.
Okay. Before I go and again get in the secondary, I just wanted to comment again that the information presented in these presentations are actionable by staff and our consultants already. So this is the next logical step in this development process that they will be reporting back to council on next steps for what our consultants have indicated that a review is required or should be required at 10 years. So these recommendations within these presentations are not going to fall on deaf ears. They are going to be actioned by staff. So again, I'll entertain a suspension of rules, but I just want to echo the comment that these items are being presented to council on behalf of staff who have actually sat with our consultants and drafted these presentations. So staff are well aware of the next steps within this process. So Councillor Meadows, if you'd like to move to suspend the rules, I would like
to move to suspend the rules, please.
And is there a seconder to suspend the rules of procedure? Second by Councillor Simpson. Okay, and that would be to suspend the rules of procedure to permit a substantive motion on presentation. Thank you. So there'll be rules to suspend the rules 7.7.1. There's questions are permitted on suspension of rules, I believe.
Your worship to council, questions are permitted, and I will take this opportunity to remind council that this is a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules of procedure.
Thank you. So are there any questions on the suspension of the rules? Sorry, Madam Clerk, could you actually read out 7.71?
Through your worship to council, section 7.7 of the Township Procedure Bylaw presentations. Council is considering waiving 7.7.1. A request for presentation may be made to council by an individual, group, or organization for matters that fall under municipal interest and shall be heard for the purposes of information only. No substantive motions may be passed regarding presentations.
Thank you. So the question is to remove that section so that a substantive motion can be put on the floor. Any further questions on the suspension of rules? Okay, seeing none, it is a 2/3 majority vote. And all those in favor?
Could I have a recorded vote on that, please?
You may. Madam Clerk, I'll give you a moment. So the request for a recorded vote has been asked by Councillor Meadows on suspension of procedure, rules of procedure.
Thank you, your worship. Starting with Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox is absent this afternoon. Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
Yes.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
Against.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
Against?
That's 4 in favor, 2 against.
And what is 2/3 majority?
Through to your worship, 4 was required for a 2/3 majority.
Thank you. So the motion is carried for the 2. All right. So just bear with me, Councillor Meadows, before we get to your amendment. All right. So if you would like to put an amendment on the floor, are you proceeding with the same amendment?
Yes, with the exclusion of further traffic study.
Okay.
So would you like me
So-
to read it again, or?
No, I'm going to actually recess the meeting for 5 minutes while you confer with the clerk so that we can get that up on screen.
Okay.
So I'll recess the meeting at Okay, thank you. We're back from recess and I will reconvene at 4:12 p.m. So just to recap, we have a suspension of rules to permit a main motion. So Councillor Meadows, I believe you've had conversation with the clerk and that motion has been presented.
Right.
So could we have that motion? Well, first of all, I'll look to, you're going to move that motion?
Yes, I'll move it.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Meadows. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Okay, Councillor Simpson. And if, Madam Clerk, if you'd care to read that for us, please.
Your worship, to council, the motion reads as follows. Whereas there has been multiple changes in the provincial policy statement and recent changes made to the Everett Farside subdivision by the Ontario Land Tribunal. And whereas the current workshop has proven the reports are outdated and no longer follow the initial build or conform to the old master servicing plan, now therefore be it resolved that a new master servicing plan be initiated by the township focusing on water and wastewater delivery for the new proposed Farside development and proposed future development for the town of Everett. And further, that a new environmental study also be initiated due to the increase in residential units and population impacts on the area. And further, that the master servicing plan should also include the connection and revamping of the New Horizon wastewater facility, and therefore staff shall immediately put out a new RFP for the master servicing plan as per our procurement policy for approval in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you. Are there any initial comments with regards to this item? Deputy Mayor Laux?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I can maybe go to legal. So if we have a subdivision agreement or whatever, we've already had this plan with Farside. Is there any legal ramifications to doing a brand new master servicing plan?
I'm not going to go to legal on that. I'm going to go to our CEO first.
Okay, right.
To advise if he would think that's going to be a legal issue. Mr. CEO?
Through your worship, I think if there's going to be some legal advice given, then it would be best to go in camera. That would be the recommendation.
Okay.
We can go in camera and answer those questions.
Would you like to go in camera if you have those questions?
Yes, please.
Okay. I agree. I think that's the right course of action at the moment to make sure that we have our lawyers here. We might as well use them. Make sure that we have the information at our disposal. Madam Clerk, would we have a motion as to what section of the act we were going on in camera for?
Yes, through your worship, the recommended motion would read that pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio convene in closed session at 4:15 p.m. to address the following item: advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, Everett Development.
Okay, thank you. I'll just update that Everett Development and Master Servicing Plan as the reason we're going on camera. Would you move that, Deputy Mayor? Okay, so it's moved by Deputy Mayor Laux to go on camera. Do I have a seconder to go on camera? Councillor O'Leary? All those in favor of going in camera? And that is carried. All right, so we are in camera. All right, council, so we're going to come out of closed session. So the recommendation is that Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio reconvene in open session at 5:39 PM and report on the items. Do I have a mover for the recommendation? Come out. I have Councillor Simpson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. All those in favor? And that is carried. And council proceeded in closed session to discuss Everett development and master servicing plan. All right, Councillor Meadows, you do have a motion on the floor to amend the main motion. I'll give the floor back to you if you'd like to.
I don't have it. Sorry, could I have the clerk please read the motion, please?
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, I would seek clarification. Currently, there is an amendment on the floor. Are you asking me to read the original amendment that was put on the floor, or are you removing that from the floor and placing it?
I'm removing that one from the floor.
Through your worship, can I get consent from the seconder to remove?
Councillor Simpson? Okay, it's consented. And I do believe you have had a new motion presented to you, Madam Clerk. If you could read that and see if Councillor Meadows is okay with that.
Through your worship to council, the new amendment that is being put on the floor would read as follows. Whereas the master servicing plan for Everett was completed in January 2013, therefore be it resolved that a review and update of the master servicing plan be initiated by the township.
Okay, Councillor Meadows, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Okay, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Simpson. Any question on the main motion? Seeing none, I'll prepare the call question. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then we'll go back to the main motion as amended. So, Madam Clerk, I'll allow you to read that as well for me, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to council, the main motion as amended would read as follows. That the presentations from Kartik Sally, Junior Planner regarding Everett planning history, and Josh Maitland, Project Manager, Greenland International Consulting, regarding Everett MSP and development update be received, and that whereas the master servicing plan for Everett was completed in January 2013, therefore be it resolved that a review and update of the master servicing plan be initiated by the township.
Thank you. Any questions on the main motion? Okay, and all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so we're on the confirmation bylaw, the bylaw 2025-022 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at a special council meeting held on March 28th, 2025 be enacted. Do I have a mover? I have Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor Meadows. Any questions on bylaw? All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, and before I go, I did want to just acknowledge that we do have our CAO here, and I should have said that at the start, but I appreciate welcome to the township and trial by fire in the first meeting. So glad to have you aboard here. All right, so we will adjourn at 5:42 p.m.